Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to Countdown and all judges across the world. I, of course, am Ravish Ravish, most Ravish me on the internet. And joined here by my side for the first time, main man Gravity. What's up with you, bro?
What is up? And I'm excited for this tournament today. So many good teams. It's rare to get such a high quality tournament like going on. It seems like the tournaments where all of the top players are entering are very far and few in between. But we are blessed. Almost every top player and every top team is here with us today.
100%. Right. That is the best part about it. So why don't we go take a quick look at our bracket that we have here today to be able to understand completely and holistically what we'll be faced with, right? Now, where we're looking at a lot of these teams here. Now, Gravity, already go ahead and point out some teams you're looking at starting off today.
All right. So, of course, the one team that, personal favorite to win the tournament is Gij. Their team name is difficult. We're gonna call them Dash for now because it's Dash GE. I like it though. It's a team consisting of You Already Lose, also known as Caleb, Lumos, the GOAT of midfield himself, Corey, and Yume as a sub. I mean, Yume is insane. I mean, yesterday, last tournament, going crazy, and I'm excited to see them play. And then on top of that, the other team really looking at Bamba, standing Bells. Probably the best Julie player on the server, arguably. Some people have different opinions. Honestly, Bell's kind of a heated topic. Then you got Vaughn, Community Overlord, Tio, Caster, does it all. And just plays everything. Well known for his Atlas forward and solo queue.
Ooh.
And of course, the god himself, Slop. Famous Luna one trick in my favorite streamer.
That is wonderful to hear. And of course, you saw with the bracket, there are, of course, a couple ways to qualify too. In fact, you either win your group bracket or you go ahead and drop down to one of the 4 loser side groups and you go ahead and win there. Right? Any loss on the loser side, of course, does mean elimination from the tournament. So just win 4 ahead is kind of all it comes down to. Ideally, you only do need about 2 wins to be able to get through it, but we'll get through that as that does happen. And before we get into our first game of the day, I do want to, of course, give a big shout out to Odyssey Interactive for providing our $5,000 prize pool today. It has been phenomenal. We do appreciate your support. And of course, all this would not have been possible for everybody in the back end too. Everybody working their hardest. And of course, a big thank you, of course, to Choruses and Kami for making sure to help run this. Of course, this is all done through the love and support of everybody wanting to support the game, which is the best part about all this. So thank you all also for watching. And until that, and we have a bit of time before we get into our first game of the day. So let's talk about our first matchup for today, Gravity.
Yeah, the match that I personally wanted to watch. I was even gonna put in a request to watch this game, but they already had it figured out. I don't know who picked it out, Chorusis or Commodore, but we are gonna be looking at Silent Mirages versus Sleeping Pandas for our first game to kick off our tournament.
Now, we in fact did get a little bit of a sneak peek as to what we can kind of expect out of this match. And what we saw was crazy. Like, we saw like a full late game, like go all the way to phenomenal back and forths. And what I'm coming into this game expecting is, a consistent and I would say evenly sided matchup, right? Considering how talented these players are. So talk to me about these players as well.
Yeah, so let's start with this side of Sleeping Pandas, So first off, we have presumably their captain, Liari. Not only is she the 2nd ranked Juno, don't know who number 1 is, but also she is the highest ranked female player of all of the girls. There's a few, but she is very talented. And not only a Juno one trick anymore, she has an Estelle. She has a few other champs. And she's going to be on the performance, locking down the midfield, helping out her brawler player, ZZZ. ZZZ, infamous in the community for whatever strats go through his head. I mean, he will try it all in your solo queue lander games, saying if you see a Juno running primetime Stinger, it's probably ZZZ. And the tech's outdated now, but man, I love it. And of course, a rare person to see in tournaments, Red Panda. And if you're unfamiliar with Red Panda, he is easily my favorite Atlas player. He's been sticking with Atlas all through the times. And if you don't know it for Atlas, he has an alt account where he picks X goalies. So if you ever got an X goalie in your game, it's probably him. So, you know, not considered a good pick by many. However, it is funny. So maybe. I don't know if this
you know what?
is going to dissuade him.
As long as it's funny, that's what matters. As we'll look at the draft today and see if we do get that to happen. It'd be, like you said, it'd be funny, but I do doubt it. As between Silent Raj and Sleeping Pandas, we of course got the Atlas, the Juno Luna, up against Kai, Era, Juliet. Now, Gravity, we were talking a bit about the Julie Kai a bit before this too. I think this could be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, no, the Era Julie is really popular right now, and due to its ability to shut down Estelle X. Estelle X has a really tough time dealing damage into two people running well fed. But that's not the case this game. It is way different. We have Silent on Era, not running the well fed, presumably, and he's just gonna be here trying to out core control the Juno. You know, in my opinion, it's about a 50-50 matchup. Kind of difficult to see who's gonna win, but I think the damage and extra core control and pressure provided by TGZ is going to kind of help them shut down Silent, not let him get any more of those goals.
I mean, for now, as we pop into the game, nice goal. I mean, it was a nice save at least by Mira, but currently a lot of pressure going over Swithia's side. But currently, it seems that midfield control seems to be decently even between these two teams. And one thing that we're looking a lot at is Liar's midfield control, right? Because you were saying the absolute goal at midfield, that considering you might have a Juno bias as she just gets off the map.
Perhaps. I'm a bit of a fan of the champ. It provides a lot of value. I mean, it's just so much core control, and that is the answer. That's how you stop the Era Julie. Era Julie has weak mid pressure. They don't have too much damage. You don't have to worry about matching it, but it doesn't matter. Silent and Cube are just going to be putting it right past Juno and right past the Atlas Panda himself, and that's going to put him up 2-0 with 3 minutes remaining in this game.
Salam Rogers coming out hot. What I did like though is Liari almost chose to forego the actual core control by actually hopping over it and then just allowing it to simply walk in with the help of ZZZ. That was cool. It was a nice little play that I enjoyed. Oh, but a bit too close to the edge and double KO to finish it off. Man, Cuber's popping off.
Cube does that sometimes. Honestly, cause I used to play with Cube back, not with him, against him, like early, like almost right when the game launched in September.
Yeah.
And he was not this demon that he is now. I honestly, maybe most improved player. He was still good, but I mean, not this. I mean, Q plays at the level. He's in argument for one of the best players in the game.
Ooh. I mean, of course, of course, naturally, you would be up there if you were still competing, I would assume. But
yes.
You can talk a bit more about that as you get in, because I wanted to try to point out the Atlas and just what he's been able to do, right? Because you were saying how he is a bit more of a sleeper pick. You don't see a lot of him, but so far the defense has been pretty solid, especially because of the astral projection that he's been able to put out. But consistently, put under so much pressure we've seen so far.
Yeah, he's doing well. I mean, see, the key thing on that is to position so well, because the character has bad movement speed. That is his weakness. But you see Panda's always kind of in the middle of the net, ready to just be in ideal position so he doesn't have to move too much. Ooh. Because if they hit you on the opposite end of the net, it's going to go in. But not this time, as Cube finds this dash punch on top of Panda, making this game 4-0. Not exactly the type of game I was expecting to see for the start.
And what I wanted to point out there too is I like the use of the Cosmic Expanse, but Cube as well, like, completely read the trajectory of the course, so he was ready to intercept it, like, and within a moment's notice, and actually KO as well, taking down Liar. He's super low. We could be looking at a 1-0 start within a matter of seconds. For the side all the solid mirages, but all it takes once you're back up to its even advantage. ZZZ back in the core, they're fine, but it's okay for now with a couple of seconds. At least they maintain, but it's 3-on-1 gravity. It's just Panda. They're passing it around. They're playing with him. What a start.
Yeah. Dominant game one performance from Silent and Cube. I think a lot of it has to do with the comp that they had picked. Not Silent and Cube's team, but from the side of Sleeping Pandas. Sleeping Pandas is very, very interesting comp. Juno Luna is not a comp that you will see any team run throughout this tournament except them. And it's weird because the champ's kind of in like an anti-synergy almost. Luna provides massive damage for your team, but Juno's not a champ that just cannot capitalize on that damage that he has. So now you're playing like the more midfield style of Luna, but that's not what she's strongest at. And even then, the Juno was struggling to get it past the era. The era was shutting down the mid, and the mid was kind of going 50-50, which is, again, not something very typical to see, especially going into Juno.
And that's an interesting part there, right? Because considering how they struggled in the first game, do you expect some changes to come out? If so, what do you kind of expect the comp to be going to the next one?
I would like to see an Estelle pick come out from ZZZ.
True.
I think the Estelle is going to provide more mid pressure and a little bit extra scoring pressure too. And the damage output is there, but you can't kill this Era Julie, so it's almost irrelevant. And so I think with that, it will go much, much better than the first series of games. But again, ZZ's, I don't know if he even really plays the Estelle. He's known for his X and his Luna.
I would assume the X would come out personally, just to be able to deal with the Julie, right? Because we've seen that was the most common strat from that they have pulled out before, especially with just how much of a bully the X can be. Because you can see that with just how early the game was in general, right? You know, we're not playing for late game as of right now, and that's kind of more so what I'm assuming. I will say I was a very, very big fan of the Alice pick. I thought it's cool. Like I know it's not picked super often too, but Alice Goldie too is just so much fun to watch, especially with if you can actually use the Celestial Intervention. Hey, that's pretty fun, especially if you are getting bullied. So it's not too bad. But I digress, as we'll have to see once you do get into the draft, which will happen in likely a minute or so.
Yeah, I love seeing the uncommon picks. I mean, that was the reason I originally picked up Juno at the start. Is because everyone's like, wow, this blue slime girl looks terrible at the game. But I just drawn to her. And the champ is so much fun. Everyone's like, why are you playing this champ? I mean, people are like, this champ's terrible. I get messages like, wow, like, I can't believe you're playing Juno. And now it's not the same story anymore. And I just the factor of picking a champ that no one else is experiencing with, I find so much fun, and I think Panda thinks the same way.
Right, and I remember when we first started talking as well about this too. Personally, when I first started playing the game about a couple months ago too, Juno was the first champ I personally unlocked because she just seemed really cute and fun. Honestly, that's just my assumption on it. But we'll talk more about Juno if she does end up coming up. For now, Stala Mirage look to lock in their own picks, and the Kaya Stala Julie, classic comp. We've seen this happen over and over. This is like the main meta picks we've seen consistently. On the other end though, Sleeping Pandas, the Luna, the Juno, and expecting an X here, but we'll see what goes on.
Ooh, Cube is gonna lock in the Julie.
Yes.
X may be banned. Estelle Julie, pretty popular variant of the Estelle X comp. It's like, yeah we want to run Estelle X. But, you know, if we don't have the option of X, Julie covers a similar niche, not the exact same. Julie more scoring pressure than X has in exchange for a little less damage. But I think the comp's still going to play the same way. And I think ZZZ is going to die a bit in this one.
Yeah, it might be a tough time for him because I was wondering if they would maybe try to switch positions, taking Panda out of goal, but I saw Goldie, of course, he was just, you know, a solid pick. The piercing shot that goes a bit wide, and now once again, Cube putting all that pressure onto Sir Panda. Not gonna go down just yet as they manage to clear it out, and for now, we're back more to an even position between two of these teams. As I say that, My
Oh
bad.
man, becoming a lot like me, man. I'm telling you, it's like everyone knows about the caster curse, but in OS, it is amplified 15x. You can even think about it. Like, this game's looking pretty nice. Just a thought will change the outcome of the game. And then it's now 1-0 after you dare say those words.
That's my bad. But actually, let's talk about this goal too, because I find it was easy unexpected, which that was a 2-0. Never mind. Okay, so Juno also couldn't get back to possibly defend it. Okay, so Gravity, what right now you find not going the greatest for Sleeping Pandas?
Honestly, it's kind of hard to point out, and I think I think it comes down to the mid pressure that they're having. The mid pressure feels almost non-existent. And Juno, by the way, hard counters Estelle. It is one of Estelle's worst matchups. Juno has so many tools to keep it forward, and Estelle doesn't really have the same. Like, normally the way you play, it's like, oh, like I'm not gonna win core control. I'll out damage the Juno, maybe get some kills, pick up some nice shots. But that's not even happening. And just raw core control, it seems like Silent is probably going even, or maybe even a little bit of his favor, which should not be happening.
Yeah, because we see it even right now. As Juno puts on just the overall make it rain as well. Silent has no trouble getting past all of it. Although Mergen might be in trouble getting KO'd, and there we go. With that now gone, the immediate run back. Look at the rotation that they also did. Man, that was actually, I found really well done by Silent Mirages, because like they're able to just solve with enough time, and now is where they put Sleeping Pandas under a lot more pressure. There it is once again.
Man, another goal found by Cube. And again, guy kind of demon. And that kill on Amir was so big. ZZ using the missile to kill, but they were just unable to capitalize. It seemed like Silent came back, Silent and Cube. They kind of came back, locked it up. Of course, Cube. I mean, he hit like rank 10 on goalie alone. So, I mean, he can play both roles. So if Mira is down, Cube can step up. Though Julie is not known for her goalie capabilities.
Yeah, you're not gonna see much of that anywhere at all. But for now, it looks like a pretty heavy hit. Nice save by Rapanda. But once again, we're in the same position. Liari by themselves. Z's barely makes it back, but they're not able to secure it. And the KO again, he just got here. No, man. They're playing 2-on-1, but they cannot secure it. Z's staying so far back, but it's only going to be a matter of time before Panda ran out of cooldowns and could not make it to the core.
Man, it has been 9 straight unanswered goals from Silent Mirage.
That was a piercing shot, too. Wow.
Yeah. It seems like Panda strike shot the wrong way. Unfortunate. And I think even if he does strike the shot the right way, it might not go. Right. The thing is about Sleeping Pandas, they haven't had a lot of practice as a team together. Because previously, Miragent was actually their goalie up until almost the very end. And some team switch arounds happened. And now he's on the receiving end, getting scored on by his former teammate.
That's what makes it so interesting, right? Considering how many switches we've seen so far throughout the entire beta as well, and how these teams continue to adapt and evolve with all different people. It makes for a fun storyline. And now Mergent gonna take down his former team, looking to show up and show out, thinking, yo, I may have switched up, but y'all the one who's gonna have to switch. Can't make it back to goal in time though. Liari with a beautiful toss.
And Silent Mirages, I think they maybe got a little too cocky. You know, when you score 9 goals unanswered, you're like, oh yeah, game's gonna end it. Like we can end it out. But the game is not finished yet. There's still 4-2. There is a chance for Sleeping Pandas to come back and maybe even win the series.
Right. All you gotta do is manage to just get one more, and so that way at least it'll force the OT scenario if anything. For now, one more shot remains. Silent, one more. Oh, by a fraction, cannot get to the core. Okay, taking a look at how that happened too, because like you just saw how fast it became almost unreadable, and Liari just kind of just skirted around it within a second, and with that, that'll be the win. 2-0 start.
Wow, what a dominant game 1 and game 2 from Silent Mirages. I mean, something the player that I just found fascinating in that game was Silent. I mean, I personally practice with Silent a lot and talk to him a lot about like the Juno Estelle matchup. We're both super high ranked players of each of the champs, and it's I think we discussed it so much. I think it's kind of started to learn it a bit more because it is not a favorable match for Estelle. But you know, like just because a matchup isn't good doesn't mean it's unwinnable. I mean, Yeah, most Estelles might not win that, but Silent is not most Estelles. He's one of the best Estelles. And I think he really showed us why there with that last game.
Silence here definitely came out swinging. You saw, although game one was a very one-sided affair, right? But at least they were able to come back in the next, made it close, almost a one-goal game. All it would have taken was a bit more control. They might have had it, but Silent Mirage is a bit too good, and that's one way to start things off. I love that too. But Gravity, any other thoughts on the game that we just saw?
No, I think we covered it pretty well, but I'm excited for our next game.
Oh.
Game 2, which contains another Juno main. Juno taking over the early part of this tournament. We have Team Leftovers, consisting of Barcode, Enoch, and Hoishi, versus Glorious Ignition, who contains Soren and Net of Ignis and Yoki on the forward roles.
Indeed. And just a quick look at the bracket as well too. We've seen as well as the game has gone on, Sleeping Pandas will now have to face last minute contenders as well, and Blackwater Kraken have also gone up in their game. But with that being said, we of course do have a lot more Omega Strikers action coming at your faces, so y'all don't go nowhere. We'll be back in just a small bit.
Stuck on your view and your clarity. I've been waiting a long time for you to come around to me. And now that you're here, why don't you stay a while? You always give me a reason when I don't understand. For you to come around to me. And now that you're here, why don't you stay a while? You always give me a reason when I don't understand the sign. Oh, I'm loving the freedom you're bringing to me. Won't you stay a while? Stay a while.
When it's dark for you to see.
And welcome back once again, homies. Hope you had a small little break. If you had some agua, that's water in Spanish, to be able to recuperate, and of course talk to my Squirtle friend Gravity and I. Gravity, did you breathe some oxygen during the break? How you feeling?
I did. I was sadly forced to breathe oxygen. I don't think I can hold my breath for 2 minutes. Maybe 2 minutes or 3 minutes. That's difficult. I mean, you can try, but hopefully you don't suffocate to death. I do need a co-caster after all. I don't know, man. Hard to soul cast for myself. Surely can.
I'll stop for now.
Good. I mean, I can hold my breath as long as possible. I mean, literally can't see me, but just know, even while I'm talking, my breath is being held.
All right, fair enough. But hey, at least for now, what we can do, you can talk a bit about our next game, right? That we have coming up, of course, between Leftovers and Glorious Ignition. These two teams, and one that we've also been saying is going to be an absolutely, dare I say the B word, banger matchup.
Yes, I don't think we're gonna see the same type of game, like a 5-0 into a 5-2 as we saw our previous set. I think this time I'm kind of predicting a 2-1. And honestly, I think I gotta go in favor of Glorious Ignition. I've played against this roster many times, and they're a good team. Of course, they never beat me, but besides the point, they're a strong roster. Ignis, Yoki, both very notable streamers, but I mean, even outside of just their streamers, not just streamers. Sometimes streamers get kind of dogged on for not being good, but these two are. I mean, Yoki, I mean, personally, like when I first started the game, like Yoki helped like coach me a lot. Like that helped me understand. Like we're doing in-houses, and if you're on my team, he's like you got to do this. Like he's kind of walking me through, and a lot of the it's kind of stuck with me, and that made me become like the player that I am. And I mean, Ignis too. Ignis just, I mean, entertaining. So I think Ignis is always a sight. Not only his stream, but just like his normal gameplay. He's got some interesting ideas that go through his head. He's been practicing the Jakar, and honestly, I think we might see the first Jakar pick of the tournament come out from Glorious Ignition.
That is interesting, because I know as of late, Jakar hasn't been as favorable due to the nerfs that have come to him, right? But I just remember, what was it, just about a month or two ago, just how oppressive I thought he was as a champ. So we might be seeing that later on. But aside from that, though, we can talk about that when that does happen. But we should, of course, talk about their opponents, the Leftovers, right? Of Hoishi, Enoch, and Barcode as well, Gravity.
Yeah, you know, and I think you and Hoishi might get along pretty well, because you know the story of how Hoishi started playing the game, quite an interesting one. You know, Hoishi opened up Steam one day, seeing what's up, and you know, he opens up Steam. The first thing he sees, the beautiful slime girl Juno, front page, front center. He saw it. He's like, I gotta play that game. Downloaded it instantly, picked up Juno, and he became one of the top Juno players. And he's rank 1 Juno for a long time. Took a bit of a hiatus, but he's back and he's here in this tournament. And I think he's gonna put on a performance.
Sure.
And there's more than just Hoishi on the team too. We got Barcode and Enoch, both very respectable players in their own right. Barcode been experimenting a lot with the Atlas, or maybe even another Atlas pick, which he plays it a little bit different. He runs stacks. He's got a little interesting tech where, like, off kickoff, his team is gonna try to pass it back to him, and he's gonna Cosmic Expanse right next to like that diagonal wall, and that's going to get his 0 stacks to 100 in 5 seconds. Quite thing. I don't know if it's a bug or not. It's not a bug, maybe a glitch, but you know, honestly, it's what the champ needs to become a viable pick.
You're 100% right, my friend. If that is what it takes, then might as well do something about that. As right now, as you can see on screen, one team is just about getting ready. We can't say who because I don't know. You don't know, and it doesn't really.
I have a guess.
Well, hey,
strong guess.
You have a strong guess, huh? Well, you know what? I don't want you to guess. By the way, small note. What was funny was I just love when you talked about Glorious Ignition. You just had to slide in. They never beat me before, but you know what? Go ahead, guess. Who is it?
I mean, personally, I just simply would have won.
It doesn't matter. What do you now?
I think. Oh, the team has readied up. I won't say which team I think it is, out of the sake that I could be wrong. But Hoishi on his signature Juno. And I'm excited and see more of a traditional comp. You saw the Juno Luna come out last time. A bit weird, doesn't really work. Juno Julie does. Juno has the tools to keep Julie alive and get Julie into a really good position, set her up, and then score. And on top of that, she's playing into the Estelle, who again notoriously struggles into Juno in most cases. And we are on Juno's best map, Split. And so this is going to be an interesting one as we get into game 1.
All right, so this is going to be absolutely beautiful, my friend, as we'll look towards what this Juno can do on Split as well. And we talked a bit about just what this map is, so from us for, but just that small, tiny little space is what y'all got to pay attention to, as anything that points out to you in terms of the builds out of anybody here.
No, I mean, everyone's running pretty standard builds. The one thing I would question a bit is the well-fed on Ignis. Well-fed gives you extra HP based on how many orbs you've collected, and if you've collected 5, you also take reduced knockback. But Juno and Julie have pretty low damage outputs anyways, so I don't know if we're going to see the full value of that training come through. But then again, Ignis was not staggered, and Enoch was. So maybe it is providing some value.
Well, we'll have to find out if, depending on how many times Enoch or Ignis does get taken out. Because right now Ignis is taking is taking some hits pretty early on. As that's one to go over to himself, looking to collect the orb. As Barcode has been under a ton of pressure for just the past 20 seconds ever since Hoshi has been taken out, though. But as it currently stands, we finally gain a couple of seconds to breathe. Hoshi looking for the setup. Nice clear.
And Hoshi's been putting in the work in the mid. It's giving Enoch the chances, the opportunities. They have not been converting. Good defense coming out from Soren. Not getting any insane scoring opportunities. But again, this Estelle and Julie have been on the back foot this whole entire game. And it'd be nice to see some pressure come out, but it's coming out for the opposite side instead. Leftovers might have a chance.
Right, pretty easily so. Especially considering how leftovers are positioned right now. Right, I find so far midfield control has pretty much remained in their favor because of one thing, is because one of the biggest things that I find watching Juno on this map is your ability to blob bounce over the over those 2 blocks, and just like that, just how easy you can take control and keep core on the other side, which I find this benefits so well as Hoshi is looking to cover their health, but being bullied by Ignis pushed back more and more. So we'll see if Enoch can look to pick up the pace. As it currently stands, gains a couple of seconds. Everybody's fine and okay. We can all breathe.
Enoch kind of 1v2ing in terms of damage. What hadn't happened? Juno is like a team player, but she's also a really selfish character. She doesn't provide any other damage for your other brawler, and so your brawler has got to sit there and eat it. Maybe pull out a miracle 1v2. But it's actually going to be Hoshi who is found dead.
Hoshi unfortunately was looking pretty low for quite some time. Enoch, though, they're both gone just as Hoshi comes back. So not a complete detrimental situation, but Hoshi has to pick up a lot of the slack in their A-OK. Crucial blah, still maintains control, puts them make it rain, and that was almost a goal as well, the first one of the game. We're all the way down to 50 seconds. We haven't seen a single core go in here, Gravity.
Yeah, the really defensive game. It's kind of weird because Hoshi is pretty much hard winning mid, but Enoch is not really getting in like good positions. It's not his fault. He's just like Ignis and Soren are playing really good defense, and then Ignis and Yogi are picking up these kills, but it doesn't seem like they're converting on them.
Yeah, because you see him like with how far back Soren is, right? He's. I find if he does step up where they have that 2-on-1 advantage, then it might definitely be a possibility. But considering how Hoshi and considering how one of my say just flexible Hoshi's been, that's what makes it the toughest part. And we're down to our last 15 seconds. Yoki finally almost KO'd, but managed to come back in just a little bit, and Enoch is now finally the one doing the bullying, but it will not matter. We're down to the last 5 seconds, and not a single goal has gone in. As I say that, we get one.
Until now. Literally 2 seconds into overtime, Yoki, Ignis finally find the break, and of course, Soren going down, huge advantage. Juno and Julie, not the strongest contenders in that, and Ignis going to win the strike war and put that one in.
I find that the Giga Blast as well, that came all the way from long range from Soren to really help set that up alongside Coach Yoki as well. But I'll leave that be. Remember, it says win by 2, so only 1 remains. Can Glory's Ignition pull it out, or will we be back to these consistent back and forth that we have seen out of this team for the past 2.5 minutes or so? Considering, it took like all that time of the round to even get the first goal, I imagine we'll see more of the same. But I think Soren and Coach Yoki probably feeling themselves. But Enoch was dribbling the ball by himself, but it's out of the net.
Oh no, I cannot believe that went in. The game's so close. This strong defense, but when you're playing strong defense for so long, you're eventually bound to crumble. Barcode goes a little bit too far up, a bit past the yeesh line, and is going to slide past him. It's unfortunate to see. And just like the game one of my previous set, one team ends up scoring 0 goals.
Damn, but definitely a lot closer this time, right? That's one of the things I wanted to point out, because you were saying once again, this remains to be a very defensive game between these two teams. I don't imagine we'll see a ton of actual switches in terms of the comp that both of them running, but likely what I do want to have happen is perhaps a bit more of an aggressive stance, like, because they might not be on split anymore. So how will they adapt is my main question.
Yeah, see, because I mean, if you're on the side of leftovers, that is your game to win. You get blessed with the wonderful map that is split, and you get your best champ. Your one of your best players gets his favorite champ on the best map, and you really have to win. And I feel like United just not getting in scoring positions. Yeah, they're winning mid, but they're not winning mid like, oh, we're gonna go score type win mid. It's more of that, at least the other team's not winning mid. And when the other team did start to win mid, I mean, Barco could only hold it down for so long, and it was bound to crumble eventually. And if they just convert more on their opportunities, the leftovers can take this one. But as of now, if we see a similar type of game, whereas Ignition might take game 2.
It is entirely possible, right? As currently, I'm sorry, we can't replay stuff for US. The 2 goals were the only ones that didn't happen, but I would say I'd be fine looking at the rallies that happened for about 2 minutes, because so many of them were extremely close. You almost did seem as though one time was going to happen. But one thing I find that this stood out to me out of many of the games that I've seen, there wasn't a ton of pressure on net from either side. Never did you see, both the striker and the midfielder like all the way up on the other side. Those don't fit 5 seconds. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad. Look, I'm just trying, man. Just you want to put 5 seconds of you waving. TJ, I'd love that. In fact, big shout out to TJ Productions back end, doing an absolutely wonderful job. His tall self with glasses, great guy. That's just.
I'd be down to watch a game replay. And actually, that was a good game 1. I want to see a bit more.
It was indeed a fantastic game 1. The Gravity, talk to you a bit more in depth, right, on why you found the game maintained to be so defensive and so even for so long.
I think it was because the players were kind of evenly matched. I mean, Yoki was doing a bit better than Hoishi, but because of his champ, was he was playing Estelle, you don't have a very easy time winning mid as a game going over and over again, but the Estelles keep on winning mid. But I mean, it was kept insanely close, especially in that early game. Juno was doing a really good job keeping Yoki out of it, but like in that early game when they needed to convert, it just wasn't happening. And again, I think there's a world where Hoishi and the rest of leftovers win. But it's gonna need to come, I think, maybe even a little bit stronger winning mid, because he was winning mid, but I mean, even with the way they were winning mid, it just wasn't enough. And it looks like we are about to get into game 2 for BO3. Wonder if we're gonna see the Juno pick again, what map we're gonna get, what orb we're gonna get.
Right, because the orb is not something we talked about previously, and that's the X. That's the X that we've been talking about, right? Because like we've been seeing how previously it was a green orb, right? So we'll see how that does match change the game, whether we get the red, the purple, the blue, and so on and so forth. But we can talk a bit about that once we load in, my friend. And alrighty, we got a fun game ahead of us.
Yeah, everyone's favorite map, Narrows, is the one we choice. Map very hard to kill on, so when you're playing this kill comp, Hoishi and Ignis, the map's normally hard to kill on, I promise, but Yoki and Ignis make it look easy, but Barcode in the 1v3, keeping it up, that wasn't supposed to happen.
I love that. It's just like, I don't know how you find a way to be so exponentially wrong. So
I don't know,
but it's great.
It's a true fact. I promise. And in fact, the comp should be doing the killing is the Estelle X. But I mean, Ignis is putting in the beat down.
Yeah, they are. I love your predictions, Gravity, man. Never change, bro.
Oh, hopefully.
Nice save by Soren too. That was gonna be a bit of tougher, but Enoch looks to get it. Oh, managed to TP away, still fine. But it seems to be more of a rally between goalies as of this current point. Enoch though tries to get it with the bull rush, not able to happen. But look at the health bars of both these two, and no, Soren missing it by a hair.
Unfortunate. Don't think Soren is ready. We'll see here in the replay. Enoch putting in a lot of pressure. I mean, Yoki is down, so they are in the 2v3. But Hoishi and Enoch very low. And I see what happened. Soren's strike shot actually messed up the strike. The strike shot kind of messes up your normal strike timing, and it locks you in place for a little bit. And I mean, you should have hit the strike shot in the first place, but if you do miss it, it's actually a quite punishing ability.
Okay, yeah, and you saw it was within a matter of seconds that it was looking to be that he might be able to recover it, but just inches are what allowed that to happen, and this is what I wanted to see. Right, all this pressure going forward. Yoki putting the pierce shots to the back end, and Enoch not able to do what X loves most, which is bullying Julie. Even right now, having a couple of seconds, but Storm was trying to save Ignis that he wasn't able to see, that Enoch would have been distracted him. Hey, a core's coming my way. Let me just get that in.
And I think seeing a bit of red. Good job of Hoishi getting the core up. And it's interesting because now that he's playing the mirror matchup in the VSL, Hoishi seems to be doing a much better job. You know, Enoch and Ignis and Yoki are doing a lot more damage than Hoishi's purely focused on the core control, and it seems to be working. Because despite Enoch being dead, they are getting no extra pressure, and Hoishi is still just locking it down.
Yeah. Well, you've seen just how far they've been playing. Like, it has been working out, but Ignis though is trying to at least fight up against Enoch, but so much time done that is just enough that they get one in. Well done by Ignis. See how the setup was too, because you saw it knocked him back even farther. Enoch was able to go in. The bull rush that gives him a couple of seconds, but see, immediate shot back.
Yeah, Yoki using a good use of that Estelle primary. And you see, Yoki has a really good understanding of how the game's supposed to work. And that's what makes him such a good player. And I don't think anyone understands the concept better of when you're supposed to damage your opponent and when you're supposed to core control. It's the most important skill to learn on Estelle. And he's doing it so good. Not only is Enoch dying on repeat, he's also somewhat matching Hoishi's core control. He's doing both. Enoch about to fall here.
Oh, wait, that was within seconds too, because you saw that my man actually went in with the bull rush too, right? He saw the opportunity, but barely not surviving to Ignis manages to get it, man, get the KO too, and save that. What a play by Ignis.
Oh man, that was cool. Ignis almost actually hit Enoch into the core. Now that would have been something else,
right? But Enoch now playing super far forward again. Ignis doing the Lord's work. A 6 KO streak for him too. What a start off. And now just maintaining offense. Super far up. As you mentioned, how Yoki playing that midfield. But as it currently stands, they need to be up by 2. They got a lot of time between both these teams. Be able to rack up 1 goal. As that's another pressure put on. He's gone. Ignis moves himself back. He's still defending, but it's just not enough.
Bro, Enoch for that adrenaline rush made quick work of the whole team. You're gonna see it all in the goal replay. Enoch finds Yoki. Yoki a little too close to the edge, and he finds a bit more after. They cut it off. I don't think that one's PG. Enoch is just too violent.
Man, Enoch, the absolute destroyer of worlds right now. And with 10 seconds left to go, they want to take it all the way to game 3, our first game 3 of the day. And we'll be able to witness, and we're seeing it.
And that is a timeout victory for the side of Leftovers, having a much better game 2 than game 1. It's interesting because the second that Hoishi got put off the champion he's most well known for, he started putting in a lot of work in the midfield. And then, of course, the comp diff, really important. X diffs Julie hard in the 1v1. And so, the way that the Julie is kind of having a hard time playing the game, even with the help of the extra brawler, which is Estelle. Even with the extra damage, Enoch still putting in the work, finding the scoring opportunities, and finding the kill opportunities, while Hoishi just procured him the rock.
And we're seeing just what Hoishi was able to do. If within those final couple of seconds, He wasn't completely locked up against the wall, and he didn't have to solo defend against 3. Then maybe we want to see a much longer game. But either way, for leftovers though, it's a solid start off as we take a quick look at our bracket once again to see the updates of where everybody is, right? Because look at all this. Everybody doing fine, right? Steven Pandas, of course, we notice have gone up against last minute contenders as well. And on the other end, Bomba as well. Now looking to see who the opponent will be. We can talk more about that as we get into the next game. Glorious Ignition leftovers. Who will move on? It's BO3. Remember, there's losers right below them as well. So this is not the final opportunity, but it is, of course, nicer to stay above.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder why they're doing this run deck. I mean, this Estelle X comp hard beats the Estelle Julie. I mean, I don't even know what they're banning. I mean, you would think that most teams after that game 1 would try to ban the X. And Ignis is taking well fed to kind of prevent the damage that X and this Estelle have.
Yeah.
And it's working. And it's kind of like the last game, Ignis is getting the early kills.
Yeah, Ignis starts off strong, and even now on Hoishi too, looking to stagger between the two midfielders. But Ignis, Astronaut looking to focus on more on core control. The knockback is big, but so it is on Yoki as well, and they gotta pay more attention to Enoch, but they managed to get the KO. Enoch's a bit too far, can't defend it, but the way the core goes, it is just slow enough that they cannot find a good shot.
Yeah, Yoki, it seems to be focusing a bit more on the core control aspect of this game. Of course, not stopping to get the kills when needed. And it feels like this game's almost been played 3v2 since the start.
Yeah, because you've seen it's either been Enoch, well, usually Enoch, who's unfortunately had his way escorted out of the ring, and even right now, right, you can see that he's playing a lot further back this time. He's not taking as many fights as he likely wants to, because as an X, that's a lot of your job. You gotta make sure you're bullying the Julie, but he's the one actually getting bullied. It seems as though the playground rules have shifted here, Gravity. Who's the hall monitor? Who's Tattletale? Who's about to fight? I don't necessarily know. But currently, way okay. Continuing forward, the same sort of trends. No goals to be had on either team.
Yeah, and I like what Yoki's doing, because Yoki's aware that in the 1v1 that Julie is not supposed to win. But knowing this, he's providing a lot of damage towards this X, and it's going to cause Enoch to die, leading to the 3v2. Of course, puts him ahead 1-0.
Remember, this is a 1-1 game. Both teams want to move forward, and the winners looking to go to playoffs here from here if possible. But even right now, we'll see if it'll be a leftovers or Glorious Ignition. Even State Hoishi though, a lot of knockback present, not taken out just yet, but instead it'll be one of the others. Glorious Ignition not playing 2-on-3, but they've done enough of good of a clear to allow Yoki to come back.
And I predicted Glorious Ignition would win this game 2-1, so I think some meteor might hit the field quite soon, eliminating them all. But right now, they are on track to win it 2-0, and a nice goal from Yoki.
No, we actually saw Barcode actually miss the barrage, so like within the final couple of seconds, he actually would have been able to 90 it out, and yeah, that doesn't hit, so that goes in.
And yeah, the choice of barrage was really interesting. Most goalies would probably strike, but maybe Barco was trying to predict a play from Yoki or Ignis, and that prediction failed him and caused him to let that one in. And this game is looking dominant from the side of Glorious.
Oh, and even now to Ignis, you saw he had the opportunity to perhaps that maybe Yoki, that perhaps they might have been able to get the save, but no, because you saw Hoishi knocked back far enough, a nice piercing shot, and Ignis comes in for the clear. Barcode also can't save it either, considering they got the KO at the final couple of seconds. And Gravity, you might finally get one of your predictions to come through.
They surely not. Maybe something bad will happen, but Ignis finding the top in the nice angle on Barcode, and one more goal, and they will be pushed into next round.
Yeah, as a top corner there too, set up by Coach Yoki, using all the cooldowns just to make sure that the core doesn't cross their line. having that consistent rotation, even now Enoch 2 getting bullied, bot blamed, and now he's just gone. It's a couple of seconds, and all that remains is a 4-0 lead. They have to come back win the next 50. LFT just has to get 2 goals. But with the way they keep getting kablamoed, one might say, Gravity, it is looking to be a harder task than possible. Top corner not able to happen. It's not there in time. At 30 seconds left to do something.
I don't even know if it's physically possible to put at least 3 goals in, especially if the way Enoch and Hoy keep playing. They're both not even level 10. Almost unheard of in games of this level. And Barco does try to come up to maybe make something happen, and he is going to die for it. Kind of like pulling your goalie in hockey. And that is what happens when you pull your goalie in hockey most of the time. Nice. Clean victory from Glorious Ignition. A quick 5-0. Making the last 2 games look like they were kind of playing drunk, maybe even asleep. But then they woke up to show them what is up. This is what Glorious Ignition is about.
This is indeed what we want to see out of them, right? Second game was a little bit tougher. You saw that maybe leftovers had their number. They were calling them on speed dial, but in the final game, Glorious Ignition changed it up. They got a new IP address as well, and they are untraceable, unreachable, and unfathomable. Just the fact that 3 of the goals almost went towards that top corner. So I'm hoping to see if that becomes a trend, especially on if they get to play that map again. For now, though, they will of course be our winners for second BO3 of the day, as we'll look to be able to set up our bracket as well and see what we have to anticipate. Now, now what we're seeing, assuming panels are to move on, but Gravity, from what we're scanning here too, any of the wins stick out to you?
I do find it interesting. Surely Caswell Score did take a game off Quest, which is I was kind of expecting a 2-0 team, especially when one of your forward players is known for its inability to put it in the net. That's where their team name comes from, after all.
No.
And it seems like Cads did surely score, at least in one of the games. As they did take a game, but Quest Esports taking it overall. And core overflow. But anyways, we are going to get into a break, and we'll be right back to see our next matches.
Yeah. Amigos, compadres, and soy bananas. Welcome back once again to the countdown. I'm of course Travis, so here to have you once again. And we'll look towards to continue the action for some more Omega Strikers. Of course, big shout out to Odyssey Interactive, of course, for making the game, of course, providing our prize pool for today as well for $5,000. It's a lot of money. And that is, of course, Gravity. How are you feeling about our next match coming up?
I'm feeling good. I'm excited. I believe we're going to be hopping in to the Core Overflow versus Quest Esports. And this is going to be a very good match. Quest Esports been a top team throughout the beta. I mean, talented player and has his own little mechanic named after him, Yeesh. Notorious for going a little too far out of the goal box. Gone at the Yeesh line. But I mean, it is good to go a little bit outside the goal box, and he's been the one really pushing how far can a goalie get out. And you do that in scrims and in solo queue, so when the time comes for these tournaments, you know where you can and can't be. And it's cool that their team also contains Hamster Quest, who's a flex player. He plays a bit of goalie and forward, so at times you may see Yeesh go up and Hamster Quest fall back for a little bit. Kind of like Rocket League almost, a little bit Rocket League rotation. One man you won't see doing that though is Leo Leon, because he's a pure forward player, and it may be one of the best forwards, if not the best forward in the game. His Juliet has scared me for ages. He's a demon, and anytime a player sees Leo on the other team, you gotta get scared, and you don't have a choice. You gotta face him, and you have to deal with him somehow. Because if you can't shut down Leo, you're gonna be in store for a quick 5-0.
Well, let's hope that doesn't happen, as I did enjoy, of course, our back and forth games we saw throughout the day, and as we managed to at least, look towards more of these teams. Remember, all these homies are still in the upper bracket here, Gravity. So they can continue on forward playing these games. Speaking of which, let's take a quick look at that. Of course, Core Overflow, of course, Esports is the game we're watching. Of course, Dash GE is still going on. I think it's Blackwater Kraken, they're up 1-0. And Bomba and Glorious Ignition is also up next with Comeback Kings and Silent Mirages. Whoever wins out of these 4 games will of course be moving forward into the playoffs for the next round with the next set of cash as well. Aside from that, we of course will be having a lower bracket too that's going on at the same time, because as of right now, you were talking about before, Shirley Caswell's score is 1-0 up. They're still in the game. Kaz might have scored once again. It's a mystery that remains, feeble to all of us, but we can find that, of course, later on.
He's been practicing. I think he's got it. And I mean, looking at these groups, I watched it. I'm about to predict 4 for 4 what's about to go on in this.
Oh, no
top
shot.
Side of the stage.
No shot.
Yeah,
no shot. Let's see it. Let's see it. I'm ready.
I got Bomba beating Glorious Ignition 2-0 at the top. This one's the hardest one. Core Flow versus Quest, the game we're about to get into. I think, Core Flow has been dominant through every tournament. Through Hafu, Ant was in collegiate, and along with his other teammate Elo. And it's like they won collegiate, they win everything, but they might be a bit washed. But I don't think they're washed enough to make them lose. I think Core is gonna beat Quest 2-1. GE is gonna beat Blackwater Kraken 2-0. Oh my God, they beat them 2-0. Look at that prediction already 1 for 4. And then Comeback Kings is gonna beat Silent Mirages 2-0. That is what's gonna happen at the top group stage, guaranteed. Gravity prediction, the narrative's gonna change. Everyone's like, man, how is Gravity so wrong all the time? Not today. I'm confident in these picks. If I could gamble on these, I would.
Let's not do that. Instead, what we can do is probably pay more attention to the game they're about to see, of course, right? We were mentioning how Core Overflow versus Quest Esports. Quest have won a lot of tournaments. Quest have been very good throughout the entire time. And when Core wants to try to put an end to that naturally. So see when that happens, y'all hear the draft music going. So that means that we're about to step into game number 1 of our third BO3 of the day. So let's get it popping here, homies. Let's see what's up. Quest, we're looking at the X, the Kai, the Estelle. So a lot of what we're used to. Of course, Yeesh will be, of course, in goal as, ooh, wait, they locked that in. That's a Luna on Yeesh, and we'll see what they're facing with up against.
Yeah. Yeesh has been practicing that Luna, and he's good. And they're whipping out the meta comp, the comp that has been hailed as the absolute destroyer of worlds, X Luna Estelle. There's just so much damage, and for a champ that is known for its low HP Asher, I don't know how she's gonna live. I mean, she's just going to disappear in an instant. You're gonna look at her and just gone. And we're on split though, which this meta comp is kind of rough on at times. It makes you wonder which team's gonna win, because nope, the comp is way more popular on the side of Quest Esports. But it is on split, so this will be an interesting watch to watch. And there's the Asher disappearing
within seconds. But hey, you know what? She does have well fed, right? So if this game does go to late game, it might be possible. But Streak actually isn't able to get there in time. No rush either, and Overflow also can't zoom back there. So it's just a goal.
It's a nice goal by Leo, arguably the best X in the world. Honestly, I don't even know if it's arguably. I mean, this guy is a demon. The only person I might think is on his level is Cuberto.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah, we saw him earlier.
But yeesh, unfortunately, I also did not necessarily anticipate the trajectory of the core, because they'd already used the boost. So with them also making their way back, both cooldowns down, not able to use the ult. So that's a tough situation to be in.
And then, again, I wonder what build this Asher's going, because there's been a new build kind of trending called Bulldozer Asher, where you take all of these defensive trainings, so that way you actually have a chance at living. You take Stagger Swagger, well fed, unstoppable, and then even into all this damage, you don't die. But Int gonna be a true star of the show, like he always is. I don't know, the light always shines on Int. Absolute demon, and out of any individual player, I believe Int has been farming the prize pools.
And
Bro does
once
not
again,
lose.
you saw Yeesh had actually used the whammy right before this, so no long range ability to be able to help save the goal, and allowing that to go in, unfortunate. But like you were saying, Asher, even though has been KO'd multiple times already this game, still doing okay. Where it's been picking up a lot of that slack. She's playing super far forward at the midfield that we're expecting in terms of the Estelle. And now some pressure on the other side of the nets. There we are, 2-2, baby.
Leo was just allowed to sit there in the net. No peel pressure came out from Int. Asher doesn't really have the ability to kind of peel Streak, and Leo sat there just pressing his strike button over and over again, giving Streak the beating. And that one allowed for an easy goal. But this time they're like, let's not let that happen again. And Leo is he's being tickled a bit.
Just a little bit, and I wonder how ticklish Leo is. But Streak is said using Giga Blast to get his own KO. Leon has to move back, survive it against it. But because of that too, you saw that X actually used the Maximus, and so because of how big he got too, enough of a strike that he's able to defend it for that long. But now it's Elo and Hamster playing side by side. Set it up from Yeesh, and actually makes the hit. Elo has to toss it back instead, so now they get core control once again, Gravity.
Yeah, Hamster dominant on the Estelle. And he's always had such a scary Estelle, and it's going to continue to be scary. Finds 2 kills, and that is going in.
That's what we call a 1-2 socket. That's how you get your 2-for-1 pizza, and you take that home to your mama on Sunday. Hey.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with such a statement.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Yeah, you think does that line up with just the game terminology? Yeah.
Yeah. That's roughly what the players call it.
And I believe that's called a goal, though. So I think I'm still keeping up with what's going on, nonetheless. Hamster Quest setting that up himself to get a 2-goal lead.
Only need one more 2-for-1 special if they want to take a big 1 win in this BO3. And hey, getting that 1 win feels so great when you're playing, because You have the momentum. You need the momentum. Your mental is strong. You're like, wow, we just had such a good game. Well, let's do it again. And when you're on the opposite side, it's like, oh shit, we got to win back-to-back games in order to get on to the next stage.
Yeah, it's like when you lose a game, you gotta win more. But when you're winning more, you don't have to win as much, yeah?
You see, man, the way with words today. I'm gonna need a thesaurus.
Absolutely killing it, man. But that was, I want to point out, really good redirect from Streak as well to 90 off the corner, and now as well allowing into to bring that one in. 30 seconds left, 1-goal game.
Oh, and bringing it back the side of Core Overflow, which is the team name that they've chosen this time. It's different every tournament. I think I like this one. I think they might stick with this iteration.
Yeah, no, they're not.
They're having such a strong start. Elo is just on top of Yeesh, and when you're playing Luna on top of the Asher, it's hard to say, but Yeesh makes it look easy.
Speaking of making it look easy, so has been Ham's request. With her landing the PSG shots, Luna goes up. Child blow up, white one. Can't do it. Homies, we're going to OT. And it's kind of, here we are. Yeah. Big hits though. Nothing fouled just yet. Everybody pretty much back at the goal. For now, we'll see in terms of where the two managed to actually progress. As between the two of them, Yeesh and Leon continue passing. One goes out. Yeesh can't do it. Pearson's shot dash is slowed down. That was a nice play, but it's Luna goes so far forward. Bit past the Yeesh play as per usual, and no, can't make it back on time. We're 4-4, Gravity.
Man, the goal from beyond. I mean, and sacrificing his life for the goal. Of course, when you're level 10, it doesn't really matter, and Yeesh just cannot get there in time. Luna's got such a tiny hitbox, unable to reach.
Yeah, cause like she's just so small, right? She's like a little rinky-dink person, and I find Luna goal, right? We haven't been able to talk about it a ton because I haven't actually seen it today, right? What are the main adaptations you have to make as a team, especially as your midfielders, to ensure that she's just not under a ton of pressure like that?
Oh yeah, you really need to make sure that you don't get in that exact situation we just saw. When Asher is on top of the Luna, it is lights out. The Luna is gonna have such a difficult time dealing with it. So making sure that Asher is getting dealt with, whether it's through damage or just pure core control, or by killing their whole entire team, you gotta do something to make sure that she is not on top of your Luna.
No, and that's one way to do it, right? Because that's the kind of deals you want to get at your local pizza shop. You walk in and say, hey, Poppy, let me get a chopped cheese there. Don't worry, man, I got you. Let me go put one up fresh for you. That's the kind of stuff you want to see.
You're a big fan of pizza from the seams of it.
Well, hold on, first, chopped cheese. Chopped cheese is not a pizza, my friend. What that is actually it's actually a bodega special. What you managed to get is pretty much a cheesesteak, but made the New York way.
Oh, see, I'm personally a really big fan of cheesesteak. I eat that I am gonna eat a cheesesteak after this cast. I mean, this is making me hungry. This game, the gameplay is food for my eyes, but not food for my stomach.
Ah. Food for, I heard all food is actually food for your stomach in general. As no, get the KO and the goal in. And that right there is food for your mind. You learning what should not be happening. Once again, the same situation we were talking about. You cannot allow the Asher to be that far forward against the Luna.
Yeah, I mean, true eye candy, what we're seeing here. And Elo, again, he's getting in those spots that he should not be allowed to get in. And no, and fun fact about X, because X, when you ult, your strikes do damage, but when you're in your goal box, you strike faster. So if you're X and you are in your goal box, you start hitting so fast, and it's like the Asher overextends just a tiny bit, he will die from full HP, just because of how fast you get the hit.
Not gonna happen just yet. But it seems like X wants to move up, but X wants to give it to somebody. All he's gonna get is disappointment. That's another goal. 6-6 between Quest and Core.
Oh man, this game is getting more exciting by the second. I mean, they're going goal for goal. No team truly having an advantage. And it seems like Hamster Quest hasn't been in that advantage spot in a while. Or sorry, Quest Esports, named after Hamster Quest, I can presume.
The double KO though will do exactly what they need to, and like you're saying, Quest not having that advantage, which I believe the opposite of that is a non-advantage or a lack of one might even say a disadvantage, playing 3-on-1.
And again, it comes down to the Asher. The Asher is the real key to this game, but isn't gonna find the corner. I guess Yeesh did not have his dash up in order to go and receive it with the dash save.
Yeah, because I believe Yeesh might have been just a couple seconds off from using it, and also not having the rocket there up either. So no whammy, no crater, no stopping power at all. Unfortunate.
What a good shot too. Oh yeah, no, it's just it's like the 2 seconds later, but in knowing that this Luna doesn't have the cooldown, uses his dash beautifully. I mean, putting that core where you want to with your dash is not the easiest thing to do, but he has so much experience on the champ, he's able to find the bottom pocket of the net, and there's nothing that Yeesh could do about that one.
Yeesh indeed, my friend, as that's my feelings currently coming out of that one. But that's still only the first game, mind you, out of our best of trays. That's in Spanish once again. And so we'll see what goes on between these two, because considering how close we had it previously, I'm expecting adaptations with the level of these teams so far. Core Overflow putting up such a solid start, and I would expect on the side of Quest, if they want to continue to game 3, I would maybe predict the Luna switching up from goal.
I think it's map dependent. I don't like how they force that comp on the split, because I don't think it's very strong on split. But if we go to a map like Center Stage, Origins, literally any other map that's not named Split, I think the result's going to be different. Maybe not Narrows. Narrows is kind of rough for the kill comps, as mentioned earlier, and we saw earlier. But I think as long as we are in a different map, I think a run back is reasonable and understandable, especially how close that first game was, even in a disadvantaged state on such a fun map. But I'm excited for this next one. I'm excited to see, maybe they do the adaptations. Maybe Kai comes out instead of Luna, trade out some damage for a little bit of extra defensive pressure. We will have to see when game 2 starts up.
Indeed. It is, we'll have a couple of seconds before that does happen, of course. You know, who will go on as we're nearing, you know, at the end of our first block to see who goes on to playoffs. Of course, we'll have this, and of course, one more game down to the losers bracket, where this is it. So all that happens, of course, the loser of this game will have one more chance to pop down and perhaps prove themselves once again and rise towards the very top of the standings. But currently, we'll have to just substantiate with it, take whatever they have. Until that happens, what I would like to do was we'll take a quick glance, actually, at our bracket in a couple of seconds, just to be able to see where the rest of the game stand, because I want to understand if Gravity has continued to prove his worth as predictions.
Oh no, Comeback Kings is losing.
Comeback Kings may be losing, but Bomba did win. So right now, you are technically 2 for 2.
That's what I'm talking about. And they won 2-0. Even the score predictions right. I'm gonna have to send a DM to the captain of Comeback Kings, Daftgrass.
Yeah, we'll see all that later. We're about to get into the next draft, the next game, for what's about to go on between these two teams. All right, let's get it. With Quest looking to change things up almost completely. Asher not yet locked in though, but still hinting towards it as Core. Looking for the X, the Kai, and I'm thinking Estelle here.
Well, I find it interesting because Asher has been considered a low-tier pick for this whole, like, the past couple of patches. And I see a top team like Core, I think it's a good pick, and even optimal. And they've been using it well. Elo's making it seem why it is such a good pick. We're going to Center Stage this time. Asher might have a bit of a harder time living, and Yeesh has opted for his signature Kai pick. You're gonna see a lot of Yeesh not really staying in that goal box zone. He'll be a little bit outside of it, using Kai's movement speed to whose advantage. Maybe helping poke down Elo Heaven a bit more. Because maybe Elo Heaven dies very shortly.
I mean, you were saying that we were going to see a lot of knockouts from the Asher, and there we go. That's what we were expecting, but only 2-on-1 match, one too much. The warp into the shot as well. The Giga Blast to finish it off from a streak. Nice continuation, and now it gives them a couple of seconds of advantage, but not much more than that, though, as we're back to pretty much the same game state we started off with. But instead, Leo's just getting rolled. Wait, no, he's fine. Never mind.
Oh man, this is an intense game. I mean, I personally love to see these high octane, high KO games. What about you? Are you more of a fan of the defensive style that we saw from those earlier games of Glorious Ignition, or are you more a fan of what we're seeing here?
I mean, I do like me some high octane, but I'm much more of a defensive player myself, right? Because I play mainly goalie half the time, so I am more than okay with getting involved very often because that means I get to do things, right? So it makes me happy. As Shriek as well too, looking to get involved himself, getting pushed back, not really enough for KO, but the swing as well, the bull rush onto one more. Leo so far forward, Shriek will be knocked out. One more shot could take it, but Yisha once again, pretty far, still fine. As the nothing happens, at least for the first minute or so, but it's the kind of gameplay we're expecting out of these two teams once again.
And Elo is locking it down in mid, but not in net. That is Quest Esports find the first goal of the game. Also found the first goal of last game. We saw that turned out. So maybe they'll be able to hold their lead this time.
It's not possible, as that on its own was Leo playing interference, and naturally it's overflow. Doing whatever they could to ensure that the core hits net. Naturally, as we'll look at Hans requests to just barely survive, but doing okay.
What I'd like to note is almost at the start of every round that someone has died in these games. I mean, before core is even touched, they are seeing a red, looking for nothing but violence, but Int's looking for the goal. He's going to find it on Yeesh. Just a straight 1v1. Int showing what's up. I like the play he made. Wow, there's an absolute brawl fest going on the left side of the screen. It is just by himself.
Yeah, Thorns with the warp. Doing enough. Oh, speaking of brawl fest though, that might just do it. Bull rush again to give a bit more space in net, but Int and Hilo playing in between themselves, not even allowing the core to even see the other side past the net. Still fine on the X gets knocked away. Man, I find for the last couple of games, we haven't seen the classic X bullying style. It's been the X that's been getting bullied, in fact.
You know, I think it's just a trade. Like, you have to eventually get bullied. You have a big hitbox. You don't really have any escape tools. It's like a trade. Like, I'm going to beat you up, and you can beat me up in exchange. But when I beat you up, I'm going to get more value. Not going to happen this time. But, I mean, again, even dying has its value. Because that's cooldowns that the other team no longer has up. So, I mean, Core Overflow just used all the cooldowns to kill Leo, and as you saw, they weren't able to capitalize on it. But this time, they did not use very many in order to kill Quest.
Unfortunately not, but oh, that was actually a really nice set of pass splitter there as well. As currently, because you saw just how far up they were, right? Elo Heaven was able to set that goal up pretty much all by himself. As for now, 2-1, maintains Core Overflow. We're gonna get the 2-0 over Quest Esports.
Overflow making a nice comeback. The early game was looking a bit rough, and now at the level 10, they find their third goal. And that is enough. If they hold on for these next 30 seconds, they will be pushed into the bracket stage.
And we've been mentioning that the disproportionate amount of Asher that we've seen throughout, you know, just the past month even, and like Gravity, you spoke to yourself, just you were assuming that we weren't going to see much at all, but I find Asher still as prominent as ever.
Yeah, Core Overflow's true believer, and Elo is making it work. And I do know, I have faced the wrath of Elo Asher in solo queue, and man, is it not an enjoyable sight? But I didn't think he was gonna whip out in the tournament, but I guess he was practicing for this moment, and he is showing why this champ needs even more nerfs.
Asher needs to be just maybe just some more happening, but no shot, man. Look at this. He was pretty much playing pass with somebody on the opposite team. Look, the barrage misses, and overflow also gets the piercing. Like, also get the piercing, and right from there, they get the 5 and 1. Core overflow 2-0 over Quest Esports. Now I know you did not predict that.
I predicted 2-1 for Core Overflow, but a win nonetheless. But if we go and we look at the bracket again, we're gonna see that it wasn't a 4-for-4 sweep of correct predictions. Comeback Kings letting me down. So I know the captain's gonna see a very, very, very angry DM from me a little bit later.
Well, hopefully nice enough, right? But yeah, hey, you know what? It's not too bad because at least look at this. You're 3 for 1. So that is, I think, something that you should be proud of, Gravity. You've clearly improved, and that's what matters.
True. It used to be 0 for 4. I mean, maybe even -1 for 4 of how the predictions go sometimes. And I'm proud to get one of them. And let me go check the bracket again real quick, because there's not only the teams in the top half going in and getting to stage, there's also the loser side that go into the playoff stage. We have a bit of a interesting format that I've never experienced before, but Ravish has a better understanding of how the bracket works than I do.
Yeah, because like we were saying before, right? It's decently simple. Essentially, where once again, 2 ways to qualify. Either you win your group bracket that you see at the top of groups, or you drop down to one of the 4 loser side groups and win there. Any loss on the loser side does mean that elimination is taken from the tournament. So that means you go bye-bye, see you later. No more chopped cheese for you, man. Poppy gonna be mad at you. But as of right now, it seems Bomba, Core Overflow, Dash GE, and Silent Mirages will be moving on to the next stage. And out of the next 4 games we have, it'll be between Quest Esports Sleeping Pandas, Core Ignition and Barco Rejects, Comebacks Kings and Burb Squads, and Blackwater Kraken, and of course the winner of AC, which I believe will be Quest Esports. Sorry, which will be between Leftovers and Krug, right? We'll be maintaining who also gets to move on. So, a tough ending. Speaking of which, we'll be back for Morrow Ending for a brand new beginning after this break. And konnichiwa once again, minasan to countdown. I of course Ravish Ravish, joined here once again by Gravity. And konnichiwa minasan is welcome everybody. That's another little language lesson for you all. I can do this all day. Gravity, what's that?
Every time we come back for these intros, it's always something special. But it's interesting. For what different language this time? I think it might be the second time you've introduced in a foreign language. I only speak a tiny bit of Chinese and not good, so I'm not understanding. I'm not following you.
Hey, that's okay. I only speak 5 languages, so it's fine. But I can't talk about the bracket in other languages, though. So we'll stick to English at least, as we were just talking about before we went to break in terms of what teams we're seeing pass on, of course. And now on the lower bracket is what you want to pay attention to. Naturally, we will be looking at Comeback Kings versus Burb Squad for our game of the day. But on the other end, Quest Esports Sleeping Pandas, of course, going on. Chloe's Ignition versus Barcode Rejects. They're 1-0 up. And Leftovers versus Krug is still happening. So we might get to catch the winners of those 2 games to see who faces Blackwater Kraken and gets to move on. Gravity, how you feeling about this?
Good. And watch this again. I went 3 for 4 on the top side.
Oh,
I'm about to go 4 for 4.
Let's hear it.
All right. Quest Esports is gonna beat Sleeping Pandas.
Okay.
2-0. Of course, Sleeping Pandas has been going in a dominant losers run, winning both their games in a 2-0 fashion, but it's not going to be the same for this last match. They need to win. I think Quest is going to take that one. And lose round 3, I think it's going to go to Barcode's Rejects. Again, one of my favorite team names. A team that previously was all denied by Barcode himself.
Okay.
And then, of course, we're in our game, Comeback Kings into Burb Squad. Comeback Kings did disappoint me on winner side, but in the loser side, I think he can kick it through. And on top of that, they are against Burb Squad, which I love their name as well. Equally good name. They have Pingui, KFC manager, and Crow Leone.
Well, guess what, Gravity? We can talk more about them as we get into our own drafting phase. And of course, the game that we have in front of us in a couple of seconds as well, because you're here right now. We're about ready to go, my friend. Never mind, the game crashed. So talk more about the teams. What were we saying again?
Yeah, so we get Burb Squad, Comeback Kings, and of course in the loser side, we don't even know who's there. But right now, Krug is currently being leftovers. So if they maintain that phase, it looks like Krug might go off and go against Blackwater Kraken. But it don't matter if leftovers or Krug when Blackwater Kraken is going to take that game 2-0. So hey, exactly. Quest, Barcodes, Rejects, Comeback Kings, and Kraken all going through. I'm gonna go 7 for 8, and that's like a solid B, maybe even a C. Quick math, real quick. It's a B plus, 87%. That's pretty good.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like so from where I'm from, which is wonderful land of Canadian. I feel like 80 is like A minus. So
what?
You can just 80 is an A minus. Yeah. And
like
from and like an 80 to like 100 is an A to an A plus. So pretty much we have A. So A minus to A is like 80 to like 86, right? And then 86 to like 92, 93 is like A, and then A plus from there on. That's my lore of the day for you.
We should adopt that in the US. My GPA would be looking much nicer with a system like that. I mean, I'd have a 4.0 across the board. Be on the dean's list instead of hated by the dean.
What'd you do to the dean?
I didn't do anything to the dean. It's what the dean did to me. All I gotta say is I'm actually banned from the video game club at my school permanently. Without ever showing up once. Not even never even showed up. And I'm permanently banned. So that put me
really
on the
funny,
dean.
actually. That's school in Canada is easy. Man, okay, but I don't know how you get banned from a club you never show off at, bro. That's special. That's different. I'm thoroughly impressed, and I cannot believe that. Do you know anybody in the video game club?
Yes, I do. One of the guys who is in the fraternity that I hang out a lot with, he is inside Board Game Club, and he actually hand delivered me a letter saying that I was no longer invited. I thought was hilarious, and honestly one of the highlights of schooling. And this happened with like the first week of school.
He came to you. He was like, "Excuse me, sir. A telegram for you." Okay.
I'm bad, yeah. I'm not banned from all clubs though. I avid member of Spikeball Club. Almost, I'm one spot off being one of the best Spikeball players on our team. I'm absolutely cracked at Spikeball, just like OS.
Okay, I'm actually awful at Spikeball, personally. I've played a couple of times. I am not very good. It is a very hard game. TJ, have you ever played Spikeball before? I wonder.
Being
also wonder
short
if he's
is
pretty
the
good.
advantage. You see, you gotta be short to play Spikeball. Tall people have a disadvantage. Unlike the lame sport that is known as volleyball, where tall people thrive, Spikeball.
This
Little
just
people
sounds like so much short guy copium gravity.
No. Well, no, seriously, I'm 6'5". I don't have my face cam on because I'm simply too tall for my webcam.
You're 6'5".
Yep. Well, no one can disprove it. So all you gotta know is I am 6'5" until further notice.
All right, bro. What? Okay, if you're 6'5", I'm 9'8", is what I am. I'm currently A+.
No. See, I can see you right now, and I can tell you're not 9'8".
What do you mean? I'm 9'8".
I don't know. I might need a really the Tyler 1 action going on.
Okay. That's crazy. I know for a fact I'm 9'8", and we're gonna do measuring it in inches and not centimeters and meters like a normal person. Wow. Imagine. Crazy. But you know what's crazier is the draft we got. Comeback Kings, Burb Squad. Woo! Let's get it.
Oh my god, another wacky pick coming out from Daft Dress. The Kai forward pick. Not very common, nor is it popular, mostly due to the recent changes because, Kai was such a dominant main state champ in the net, and so because he was so good in goal, they decided to nerf Kai forward 4 times in a row. And it had a big impact on Kai forward. He has lower HP, longer cooldowns, and frankly, a very hard time living. And he's gonna be paired with Cameron, who is that classic Jakar player. Loves Jakar, plays it all the time. Crow also on his signature Amy pick. And I'm excited to see where this game takes us. So I will say Daphne's playing the Kai forward. He played it yesterday in tournament, and he did a good job. I played with him a lot. Daft is one of my favorite people to play with easily. And I think he might make it work. If anyone can't, it's definitely Daft.
If anyone can do it, he can. Yeah. And that's where you stick the thumb up and go like dun, 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 right? Stars shine across. But I want to bring up this Amy pick. We haven't seen her all day, and Amy for so long has consistently been such a fun pick to see, and that's how we do it.
A fun pick as a spectator. When you see an Amy on the other team, you can't do anything but cry. Adrenaline Rush Amy. A tech that I wish was never discovered. Wait. I'm gonna need a replay on that one.
I was about to say, are we seeing a replay right now? That was.
What just?
That was crazy. Can we get a replay of the replay, please?
We saw nothing. But I think we have narrowed it down. I think Crow just simply forgot to press the strike button. Forgot where it was on his mouse, on his keyboard, wherever it is bound. Maybe it's not bound. I don't know.
You know what? That's okay. What? Because what? No wait, he just walked that in. No shot.
The Kai forward.
He literally stood in front of the net and says, no. You see, sir, I don't think you understand what's about to happen currently. I'm about to get this goal immediately.
It's the Kai barrage. Of course, it is the best defensive tool in the game, but it's also probably the best offensive tool in the game. It does it both. Best ability in the game. Surely we buff that next patch. Just saying, for Kai forward.
Yo, you know what? I will hold all my contention, because instead, what I didn't want to talk about, what you haven't been able to yet, is it draw some attention as he just gets out, is the Drek. Who, although no, not double shotgunned up just yet, but doing enough that the clear works out from double BO3. They don't get put under pressure. But just explain to me what the Drek is looking to do with this game here. Aside from that,
He is looking to be level 10 because when Jakar is not level 10, he's like half of a champion. As you can see, it's really just Daffgrass in the forward, and Cameron is walking around looking a little goofy, holding a shotgun that has no ammo in it. But once you hit level 10, the ammo fills up, and quite a lot of it. I mean, it's like a drum mag for the shotgun. And he just sits there, click, 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 and you go bye-bye. And that's at level 10. If you can't beat Jakar early, you're not going to beat him late.
my man is walking around in cosplay until he's level 10.
Yes. Couldn't have said it better. And one thing to note about comeback teams, I find really interesting. Every single player on this team has an Omega level goalie account and an Omega level forward account. All players,
Wow.
everyone on this team can do it all.
That's
Double
really
is
impressive.
their mainstay goalie. But yeah, Cameron and Daft both have a very impressive goalie, especially Daft. Daft really plays the pick. And then Cameron just plays it occasionally. I think he played a tournament on it.
Wait, no way.
They're all
Penguin
good.
actually lives there. Penguin actually lives. He gets out. No, he gets. Oh, okay, I just own that.
Not living too much, is he? Penguins
Nah,
cannot fly.
unfortunate.
Unfortunately.
Shock! What, they can't? I was sure David Attenborough in March of the Penguins told me that penguins are the most flightful bird on the planets. But seems that right now the young penguin will need to fly if he needs to get out of this one. 'Cause
Maybe
once
fly
again,
off the map. Oh, Daftgrass.
Kai
Nice
walks it
steer.
in.
Yep, the Kai barrage. I mean, Daft probably the best dribbler in the game. He dribbles like no other. And when you have such good dribbling skills, you can set up great barrages. And I mean, a good barrage is almost uncounterable.
Almost uncounterable. But what is the almost not missing here? How do you make it counterable?
So you lock in Kai in net, and then you barrage his barrage. It is the only counterplay to the ability. It's quite strong.
I see. Starting to understand more and more now. But a 3-goal lead. Well, need to be surmounted with 30 seconds left to go. It seems like one of our teams wants to be done, and this is a fun first game here, Gravity.
That was a great first game. I mean, kind of what I expected. Happy Comeback Kings are not making my predictions false. And they feel bad about the first one. I mean, I do still expect an apology for losing on the winner side, but that's the point. And just an update on one of our previous games, against Glorious Ignition and Barcode's Rejects. Barcode's Rejects 1-2-0 against Glorious Ignition. Barcode's Rejects will be moving on to the playoffs, into the bracket stage. And on the other side, Quest Esports is up 1-0. So, and the Comeback Kings up 1-0. I think it is. I think this might be the Canadian A- coming through.
Canadian A-, baby. Let's go. You're basically winning, but you're not. Woo. So, and yeah, TJ, it's okay. I forgive you from the top of my heart, but not from the bottom because I don't mean that much personally.
Just a slight bit.
it's just like a centimeter difference, which by the centimeters you guys don't know are what the world uses. Inches are archaic. So, but with the 4 centimeters that I got, things are okay.
The 4 centimeters.
Nonetheless, let's talk a bit more on what we can see for the rest of the game here, Gravity. What are you expecting going into game 2 between these two teams?
I'm expecting a repeat of game 1, to be honest.
Damn. Canadians have no heart. Okay, why repeat the game 1? Why? Let's just explain it to me. Why? Tell my non-existent heart and my ventricles why.
Alright, let me give you the simplest breakdown possible. Comeback Kings are just better. That's it. End of story. Daft, Double, and Cameron have been dominant throughout the whole entire beta. And honestly, I'm shocked to see them even in the loser side. They've been winning tournament after tournament, getting consistently good placements. And out of all of the teams, they are the only team that consists solely of players from the beta that perform so well. And that's why I like him so much. And on top of that, I can't say I'm not a bit biased, but I love everyone on Comeback Kings. Cameron, Double, and Daft are like honestly some of the most fun people. I mean, I got to sit in on one of the tournaments, and it was nothing but a good time.
Small bias, but of course, on the other end, of course, like you mentioned, leftovers have also moved on to face Blackwater Kraken, Black and Comeback Kings and Burp Squad. Another games you're watching, and Quest and Sleeping Pandas naturally be expected to go towards their direction, and we'll see if Quest can close that out. For now, though, we'll pop on in to the CBK and the Burbs. As they got the Amy, they got the Dubu. We seen Dubu for the first time this game. Yeah, I like Dubu.
Yes, Dubu, the big fluffy hamster. I think games love their big hamsters. I don't know why hamsters are so big. I mean, hamsters must be small and petite, but Dubu, the biggest champ in the game, biggest striker, I should say. And boy, and he's thick, and you can see it when he rolls. Dubu, he's got that on him. He is big boy everywhere.
Indeed, damn boy, he thick boy. And that's exactly what the kind of energy that I also want to emanate as well. But we'll see what the Dubu can do with all the thickness. Puts out the Tofu Fortress. More, do I want some of that right now? I do love me some Mapu Tofu. That's what kind that is in those bowls. But Pangy, on your end, getting double KO. WBO3 managing to survive just by himself. Core not fast enough. And the rollout doing enough to at least keep the goal on the other side. But I've been liking how KFC manager and also Crow have been maintaining space with the core, because we've seen that the glitch pop as he is placed actually pretty nicely, just enough that they're not just overwhelmed.
Yeah, good clears, not baiting their teammates into clear out the corner. And Pingui doing a really good job securing these kills. He's noticing that Cameron and Daft are stepping a little bit too close to the edge. Oh, look at that. Look at that play in the net. I thought he's known for his dribble plays, and he does it inside the goal and outside the goal. And look at it. He gets Crow. He gets his abilities out. I mean, actually on skates right now. You'd think we're watching a hockey game.
I mean, you would think so as well, because my man's looking like Michelle Kwan's on the ice. But the main thing is Michelle Kwan had a retirement too, and I think one day that's gonna happen for all of us. Before now, you slipping, sliding, and driving across the cold tundra, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen as well.
What the fuck does any of that mean? Honestly, he's Canadian slang and not caught up, I guess.
Perhaps so, but I'm just saying, man, if I'm Michelle Kwan, I want to be slipping and sliding, right? Isn't that what?
Who's Michelle Kwan?
She's a professional ice skater.
Watches the only ice skating I watch is hockey. What are you talking about? Like, actually, you know what? I saw a TikTok recently of a figure skater doing the very popular Wednesday dance, but that's all. As an extent of ice skating.
Wednesday is a date. What do you mean the dance? Gravity.
You don't know the very popular series Wednesday? Not an ad.
I'm not gonna talk about this right now. What's gonna matter is gonna talk about this 0-0 game that's happening between these two. The popular series about a day in the week. All right, bro. Whatever. I know. I can tell you're not messing with me, and I'm not gonna have none of it.
Not Google search it. Pull it up. Jenna Ortega plays Wednesday. And damn, he do it good. Oh, just like Daft does those gigas. Very good. KFC thought the core was going to be stunned. It was not. And Daft's going to put in the first goal after 3 minutes of pure core control, back and forth gameplay.
I don't know what kind of momentum that took, but see, that's the kind of goals I'm trying to see on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. All played by Jenna Ortega, I'm sure. For now, from what I'll see, between KFC and Peng, right, continuing to play a lot farther back.
Yeah. Good. Really good job from Comeback Kings. Again, keeping it up. I mean, Penguin was finding the kills early on, and they didn't capitalize, and they are now being punished for it. Cameron is online with the prime time, and Penguin's gonna have a hard time living. It's gonna allow Daft to get really good opportunities to score, and I think I don't even think it's gonna get in overtime. I can feel the goal coming from Daftgrass. Just give it a sec.
Entirely possible. 10 seconds left to go. Remember, this is for the win here to move on. KFC manager stops the momentum. Nice rollouts. And within a couple of seconds, we are now in OT here at home. It's KFC. Oh! Well, I see that actually wasn't available. Wasn't able to dash back in, but another second, he misses it. Oh, a little bit too far. Dude not able to somersault there in time, and Daftgrass takes it home with the comeback kings.
What a passing play! Like the way Cameron played that was so beautiful. Like honestly, probably the best goal we have seen so far, and that is going to end the series in a dominant fashion from Comeback Kings. Not even letting up a goal last game, of course, due to double BO3's lockdown defense in net.
Mm-hmm.
And we are gonna go to the bracket to go show off my predictions, which I see. I'm right all the way through right now. Quest 1, Barcode 1, and Comeback Kings just won. And once Blackwater wins, I'm gonna be a very, very good student in Canada. And we are gonna go to a break while Blackwater and Leftovers play their last match.
Indeed, my friend, like you were saying, you are killing it across in the Canadian system right now. But with that being said, though, my friend, just as you mentioned, that'll be it for us here today. Of course, Gravity, appreciate you being by my side. We, of course, do have another wonderful set of talented casters coming up right after this of Nigeria and Bipo. So we'll see you back here after 10 minutes exactly. Don't go nowhere. We'll catch y'all soon.
とないこの焦燥感くすぶったままの拙い炎何者かになりたくていくわでもなくただ駆け出した超絶怪しいより諦め悪い挑戦者が上等無駄なプライド投げ打って燃える勇気伝播させようか叶わない恥はない誰より強い
Hey everybody, welcome back, and you know, Beepo, we try really hard to make sure all of our matches go as quickly as possible, you know, everything's smooth. I don't think anyone could have predicted a 20-minute game 2 in the losers bracket just now, but we're back, we're ready for the quarterfinals. You feeling good? You feeling hyped?
I honestly, waiting like 30 minutes for a game to be over, I don't know what I'm feeling. Man, I don't know.
I've lost all emotional sensation. I'm having a rough day, you know. I'm just a pit of despair, frankly.
Oh no, that's not good.
No, I mean, I'm doing good. I've been following along the whole time, getting to watch some Omega Strikers at the end of the beta. I'm really glad that I stopped trying to maintain Omega rank, because a lot of the things goalies are doing right now makes me want to cry. It's just... I could never do that vertical bounce thing. Over for me.
Passing to yourself?
But, like, off that little tiny wall in the goal arc, you know what I would do? I'd just own goal. Just every single time. I'd be like, oh man, this is gonna be a great bounce. Watch this. Alright, we'll try again. Try again.
Are you a Wasp player? Or
Yeah, but I'm also
player?
bad. That's the thing that you're missing
Oh,
here.
no.
Anyways, we're headed off into the playoffs. Our first game today is going to be Bomba versus Leftovers. Leftovers, of course, is one of the two teams who just suffered through that massive best of 3, and now they're headed into a best of 5, so Godspeed. That's all I can say.
That's an 07.
Uh-oh. Oh, all right. We've got a bracket switch up here. It's now going to be Barcode Rejects. Leftovers are going to be in a different best of 5. And frankly, thank you to the admins, because I would appreciate not having, you know, an hour-long game.
Yeah, that would be great, you know, not having to go like, hey, I know you want to watch the game. I know you want it to start, but we can't help it.
And the score is 11-13, and they're opening up. Here's another pass.
It's okay. You'll be fine. You'll make it through.
Yeah.
Believe, Matt.
No, the thing is, like, those games are absolutely fun, but the longer they go on, especially as a commentator, you're just like, I run out of things to say. I don't think I've ever had other thoughts in my head. That's actually just a true fact. Thank you, TJ.
You want to be a speedrun, you want it over, you know, just get that sub 5.
I'm actually, after this cast, I'm actually turning to asceticism, and therefore never going to play video games or anything enjoyable ever again. So,
Oh, you can't do that!
I think actually maybe one of those series would be good for my, you know, future philosophical roots.
Matt, you can't go there. You know what happens to people when they go there. You can't do that. Leaving your room for 5 minutes? Oh my god.
No, it's awful. I'll never do it again.
No, you can't do that.
I just remembered that I left a cold curry on the counter. I'm really wishing I had that. You know, it'd be really great for a long series, some curry.
You could have.
I'll have to get that during a break. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're learning a lot of lore right now.
We are. That you absolutely hate long games, and that just saddens me.
Look, I don't hate them. I just, sometimes it's like, all right, cool, we got one goal, we got another goal. That sure is how this game's been going.
You've been tested true in Prime for, you know, other games that you've casted, and then when you cast Omega Striker, it's like, god damn it, could it be over?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, Omega Strikers, I'm so used to playing it and having the games be, like, really quick, so that when a game goes to, like, 20 minutes, I'm just confused, I'm just lost. Versus a game that's, like, average 30 minutes, if it goes to 40 minutes, sure, that makes sense. I can see that.
Find out what's in the replay. Do you want to find out what's in the replay bucket?
We'll see what's in the replay bucket. Let's go fishing.
We're going fishing. I think it's time for the fishing net. Pull out the rods, boys. Is that a fishing rod, right? That's the.
Yeah. People use rods for fishing.
Yeah, I'm not stupid. Oh, I'm watching these now as a goalie player. Oh dear lord. There's not much.
It hurts.
These.
No.
Oh,
No, like, especially that goal from Leo, just fantastic. Ooh, we got a game on our hands.
Let's go! Yay! All right, what we have? Bomba and barcode rejects this time. Oh, there's an arrow pick.
I'm ready. Yeah, we got Arrow with Juliet. I like that. I'm expecting for Bomba, this is going to be Vaughn on the Era.
That would make sense, actually.
He's gotten a lot of time on it previously. So, like I said, there it is going into game number 1. Bomba here on the right. Vaughn, I love this play. Stacking up the stacks on stacks as soon as possible.
Gangster, he's gone. Man, he's gone.
Yeah.
It's been like 2 seconds.
Yeah, that was a bit of a quick KO, but Vaughn now going to be pushing forward with the help of Bell's going to buff up his other forward. As Slop aggressive here into the midfield, Vaughn gets denied.
They're really trying to push it in, because you got Era and Juliet, right? Like, that's a entire, like, Era sets up Swarm, Juliet dash punches. It's a free goal.
Now, Slop pushing forward once again with those barrages, keeping it downfield. Bell's looking for a set.
Ooh.
No dash punch. Vaughn? No.
Oh, there's the punch. We missed it.
Just the dash, and then the punch a little bit later.
Ooh, is he gonna score? No!
Vaughn back to the midfield.
It's like, oh no, Brett.
Bells!
Okay, and never mind. I was gonna say
There's
you're
the
doing a
dash
great
punch.
job, Matt, and then he just gets scored on.
Yeah, really good job there. And of course you can see Bells stalling out with the cooldowns, using that bounce off the wall to get the dash punch. Brett's just not expecting it.
And now, it's 0-1. Vaughn's doing a little bit self-passing, and Slop's trying to push it away with Barrage. Wallaby trying to get up in Slop's face, probably gonna kill him. But then Brett's just a little bit out of the goal. Now it's gonna be a little bit of ping pong action in the midfield, right?
Oh,
God!
God.
Juliet, it's a second. They're
Murder!
everywhere.
Murder!
Zenith trying to push it in with Train, trying to cyber swipe into the goal, but it's not happening. Slop's a little too good for this. And
Oh,
there's another-
great KO.
They just, God, they love just KOing.
Look, sometimes that's the only option you got. Slop now
That's
fully
true.
stacked up with stacks on stacks. Vaughn, I suspect, start joining him soon.
Oh, yeah, the Vaughn being a half HP with Bells trying to get Zenith this time. A little bit of payback, and he
Oh!
scores with the dash punch. Can never go wrong with that.
Yeah, really good work
Let's hear
there from
Denali.
Bells.
Unless you're at Denatlis, then it's he presses W. Or my bad. What's that? What's that called again?
Expanse, cosmic expanse. That's the
Yeah,
one.
he just makes a ring, you know.
Yeah,
You know, just
the ringy boy. Oh, Bells already with another KO as Vaughn and Slop push it up towards the goal arc. Vaughn,
come on.
just sitting there stalling. Come on, man. That's just
guy.
rude.
That's BM. It's even worse than Ginger Pop emoting.
Vaughn now going to be pushing it towards Bells. Doesn't find the shot, but Vaughn will. Going to be the shrink ray for the goal. 3-0 up in game number 1.
Is it a shrink ray or an expand ray?
Look, that's up to Vaughn. That's up to how he's feeling on the game.
You know, because he shrinks enemies in the core, then he makes his teammates big.
Well, they're big enough as it is. 3-0.
That is true. Slop trying his best, trying to keep the enemy out of his goal, with Vaughn trying to pass the Bells, hoping he's out of a score. And they're almost
Oh.
there, but no! Breads pushes it past. He's not letting them score. Not at all. Not this time.
It's just beautiful core control coming out from Vaughn.
Oh yeah. Era's like one of the best people. What? She got speed. She got shrink ray. She got swarm. This girl's kitted out.
Right now, Vaughn pushing forward once more as Zenith tries to return it, but Vaughn keeping the core in as Bells. Flame Flurry for the KO and the goal.
You can't do anything against that. Unless you're Atlas.
You just want
Yeah,
people to
like-
play Atlas. That's all we've learned from this entire cast.
It's 0-4. They just need one more goal and then they take game 1. Ooh, but Zenith's trying to score with that cyber swap, not really failing. Oh, no,
Oh!
Fred.
What a great shot placement there from Bells, just right off that corner. As you can see here on the replay, just direct check mark into the goal.
Not even the Kai Barrage. Not even the Kai Barrage can help it there. That's so sad.
Yeah,
I hate when that happens.
look, those little fireballs, lots of fun. Really cool to get to spit those out, but compared to someone just full body sending it into you, it's not going to do enough, turns out.
I feel like it's like bringing a gun to a knife fight, right? I feel like Julie gets the knife and then Kai's the fire blast.
Yeah. My favorite thing about playing against Kai goalie is the part where if I'm anywhere near the edge, I just get giga blasted from the middle of the field into oblivion. I really personally enjoy those gameplay moments.
You know, you gotta really embody the Kai spirit, right? You gotta flaunt that you have all this power. You know, it's firepower. Who doesn't like firepower? Man, rocking Heelys?
Is he actually?
Wrong?
You know,
Okay, not
I can
technically.
see it. I feel like we
Right,
need
they're
to
not
make this
Heelys.
canonical. We need to get a
what I would
canonical sponsorship coming in here. I want to, during the downtime, I want Odyssey to reach out to Skechers or whoever did Heelys and say, look,
think
we have
that's
this
true.
character, he's really cool. We think we can make Heelys cool again. Are you interested?
That's draft music.
Okay, that's pretty.
We have enough for Healy talk anymore, Matt.
Oh, there's always time for Heely talk, Beepo. Don't give me that.
I agree with you.
But we are in game 2 of Barcode Rejects versus Bomba, and Bomba switching it up with the Luna pickup first.
Barcode bringing in both of them bringing in the X's. It's on.
Yeah, this is going to be a high KO game.
You pull out the X, you just bomb rush the goalie, and then you just ult, and then they die. That.
I'm concerned anytime anyone gives Slop his Luna. He is by far the best competitive Luna goalie. Oh, it's Vaughn!
Okay. Not the pick we were expecting. And Wallaby's just instantly like over half stack.
Yeah. I mean, that's the power if you're combining that Luna with X.
Come on.
He's got, oh, Slop! Barely digs it out, and now there's a KO. Bells finds one. Vaughn looking for a second as Slop just playing midfield at this point. Vaughn finally gets punished for being a thorn in the side for a little too long.
You hate to see it. You're
Wallaby?
your little bit of strikes, and then it just almost goes the wrong way.
Yeah. Bells trying to find that control. He did, looking for those cross-check shots once more, and Slop keeping it clear. Wallaby low will finally fall to a rocket.
You hate to see it.
Sometimes it's a little fun. We'll see how I feel at the end of this game. Oh. Vaughn is just not having a good game.
I was not expecting that. I'm not gonna lie. I did. I thought it would be like a few seconds. Good, solid. Tie, but no. They're trading. It's just.
Yeah. There've been at least 4 KOs this game. Doesn't look like it's slowing down anytime soon. Bells looking for a scoring attempt. Won't find it as Wallaby tries to find the bounce off, but Slop finds a KO with the barrage into the corner.
If I had
Vaughn, Bells! Oh my god, Breads finally falls down. The core in the hands of Vaughn. Dash is not enough, but a follow-up strike will be.
That was such a good goal from Vaughn. Honestly, Matt, I have to say, it feels like we're having a bit of a Lumo spirit in this game.
Yeah, that was just really well played there by Vaughn, using all his skills to stall out enemy strike timing, then free strike into the goal.
So true.
Oh!
The X is gone because Luna, she's really got that damage up, right? So you want to always pressure somebody that can kill one of your teammates, right? So then you have one less person to deal with.
I also suspect she's running stacks. Oh my god! Vaughn! What are you doing?
Playing with food, bro.
I feel like this should be against the Geneva Convention.
Xena tries so hard to keep it out of the goal, but Bells said no. Bells said
yeah,
my time.
I mean, you just look at every single play coming out here, and it's Bells' full aggression onto any player on the other team, and they just fall time after time.
I know what you want, though.
Like that.
Vaughn, come on. Give them breathing room.
Yeah, just give them a second. Zenith now also in trouble. Will find the glitch pop and almost their own demise. Bells has to fall back, find some core control. Zenith, oh my god, just getting ping-ponged round the map. Vaughn off the wall, tries to find for a corner shot. Bells finds the KO. Vaughn goes down, Slop to the top corner. Bells can't find it just yet. Wallaby Gangsta looking for some revenge against Bells, but Zenith will be the one to find it.
I like that little.
Slop! Can't make it in time. Zenith with the cyber swipe.
I thought they were going for a little switcheroo. And then Vaughn going goalie. That would have been, a little bit epic. But then, of course, Zenith cyber swipe.
Really good timing there. Yeah. Probably would have gone in anyways, but just in case, the cyber swipe just at the last second to guarantee a second hit.
Well, Matt, it's 1-2, and 50 seconds on the clock.
I just want to see how many KOs there've been so far.
What?
Oh, Vaughn!
I was distracted.
You were distracted by being called not epic? Yeah. It's in the replay, no!
What? You know what? That goal was not epic because I was not epic. Tisk.
But now
you're ruining it for all of us.
Now we can have an epic goal. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock. There's going to be a KO onto Zenith as Vaughn and Bells look for the scoring angle. Vaughn off the corner. Bells finds a KO. Vaughn dashes forward, can't find it, off the corner. Good save from Breads. Gonna keep it alive for the time being, back in play. Slop around, stops the sentry. Vaughn pushes forward. Zenith just flies out of there. Rocket barely misses. Is Vaughn 1v1 versus the goal. Can't find it. Zenith gets taken out. Bells off the top corner. It's a timeout victory. And Bomba lead the series 2-0.
Bomba. Honestly, awesome plays they made.
Yeah, just give me a second to read out the KOs here. We've got 7 for Bells, 2 for Slop, and 6 for Vaughn. Compared to the 4 total for Barcode Rejects. So I'm just gonna say, you know, Bomba had a very consistent strategy. And to me, it seems like they executed on it pretty well.
Oh, are we back to the Heelys talk? I mean, I was gonna give, you know, Bomba their time of shine, but
I'm hoping there's an Odyssey developer in chat who's now talking about the deep lore of what Heelys are in the Omega Strikers universe. Lunchboy's in there being like, well, they're actually powered by Omega Resource. No, they look like just regular. No, they've got kind of like a fat heel.
There's an outline. There's an outline. You see that outline?
I mean,
it's okay.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Are those not just regular treads, though?
No.
Kind of like boots.
No, Matt. Obviously, you've never studied the Healy tech as I have studied it. All right.
Oh, of course. Sorry, I apologize.
All right. Heelys are made with the little wheel, you know, the skateboard wheel inside on the bottom of the shoe. All right.
The wheelie and the Heely. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not gonna appear on the outside because then it's just horrible traction, horrible going. You know.
Yeah.
They put it in like the bottom middle of your heel where the shoe will fit. Right. And
See,
so
I've studied futuristic Heelys thanks to an archival source, a primary document called Shadow the Hedgehog. So I feel like I have some weight to chime in here.
Question.
Yeah.
Did you go fast?
You gotta go fast, Beepo.
I go fast.
Yeah, you are too young to have even played this game, which makes me feel ancient, but Shadow the Hedgehog for the GameCube, you played as Shadow the Hedgehog, and you just, like, had guns.
I hate to tell you this, but I own a GameCube and Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh, man. No, don't hate to tell me that. That's amazing. Perfect. Exactly the energy we need as we go into Game 3. Perfect. Sonic Collection for the GameCube. Check it out after you check out this sick series. Barcode Rejects, of course, down 0-2 in the series, and Bomba running back their Game 1 comp to try and secure the win.
I believe in them. I don't want to see a 3-0 sweep. I
feel like we might. I want to see what Barcode have to bring. So I think the adaptation I'm liking here, and what's going to decide this one, is seeing whether Wallaby and Zenith can combo well enough with that era to keep Bells' pressure away.
Oh, yeah, totally. Because Asher's presence, right, once she goes directly into your goal, right, and she just bashes into you, there's not much you can do.
Yeah.
Like, look, Bells is almost, like, fully staggered. Like,
Yeah. Contesting that orb, just casually standing on the Kai. Beautiful corner shot there from Bells to start off the final game of the series.
Didn't even dash. Didn't even do nothing. Just sweeps it past them.
Yeah, really well played, as you can see in the replay. Just that south corner shot.
1-0 for Bomba. Right. But I'm feeling like if Zenith can get it past, right, mid-side, and Wallaby just walks up, I think they'll be fine. But it's not looking so much here as they're all just surrounding their own goal. Oh.
Yeah.
And
all right. Bells is out, but Vaughn's working on that stacks on stacks as well. Believe he's also running crossover, so he's got tons of mobility in this game to keep the core away from his goal.
Oh yeah, 100%. Brad's doing the best he can, but oh, Vaughn with the sword, perfect timing.
Yeah, Vaughn and Bells as a forward duo are really good at playing off those corner angles to pass not just to themselves, but to each other. You can see Vaughn there aimed it directly at that corner, sent it directly south to Bells off the bounce.
It's the tag team.
Oh, there's going to be a KO here. Vaughn is taken out. Wallaby off the wall. Zenith pushing for it. Wallaby can't find it. Gets taken low by Bells. And now Vaughn going to keep up the pressure as Bells takes it down towards the goal. There's going to be Wallaby on the offense. Misses the tap. And Vaughn catches the intercept.
Come
For the
on,
time being,
Wallaby.
it's going to be safe.
Come on, I'm rooting for you.
Oh, almost. Slop, great strike timing there. Wallaby in trouble. Bells looking for a KO to try and relieve this pressure, but just can't find it.
Slav is going a little too hard, man.
2-1 on the goal.
Hard.
Bells dash punch is down. Wallaby's turn. Pushing it forward on the offense, but Bells off the corner once more into Brett's hands. Vaughn launches the swarm, doesn't find much, gets shut down once more, and Wallaby for the 1v1 for the third time doesn't find a scoring angle, and now Bells on the top. There it is, corner shot with the dash punch.
God. Even that was a second later, I think Vaughn would have gotten it with the swarm. But that was beautiful. Oh my God.
Yeah, just right on that edge. Bells knew the exact range for the dash punch, exactly enough damage to knock Brett into his own goal.
If I could give a play. Oh, and Brett's is gone because Vaughn swarm. Just, you know, suddenly in his goal. Wallaby's trying to keep it away, doing it successfully, but Bells is not.
Whoa!
Oh!
Yeah. Beautiful use of the flame flurry here if you watch this again to pause the core mid-volley and redirect it. You're going to see it in just a second. Never mind.
Never mind. Gets cut off a little bit too. But yeah, no,
Yeah.
I agree. That flurry was beautiful.
Final point of the game here. Potentially final point of the series. Bomba need to take this through in order to secure their way to the semifinals. And Barcode need to defend this. Will use the Giga Blast just to keep Bells out of the way. Off the corner shot. Vaughn returning it to Bells! And Bells takes it 5-0, 3-0 for Bomba.
Oh, you said it. You said it, Matt. It was going to be a 3-0. It's okay.
Oh,
It's okay.
well, I mean, look. This team has been doing so successfully in every single tournament we've seen as the open beta comes to a close. We've seen so many times Vaughn has been able to lead these teams to success, and Bells and Slop, two of the consistently best competitive players in the game at the moment. I'm not surprised that even in the quarterfinals, they're showing a ton of dominance.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I've known, you know, about Slab thanks to my friend Amarats, right? Who just introduced to me and been like, this guy, right here, he's good. And I believed him. And look what we're watching. Amazing goalie gameplay.
Yeah. He's doing a fantastic job, of course. That will be the first series to be completed except for versus Leftovers, which was a 2-0. Now remember, Leftovers was the team who was just in that knockdown bar brawl of a series that went to 40 minutes nearly. So they're probably a little tired after that.
I gotta say, Matt, what do you think that J is referring to? I think it's G.
No, so look, it's Lumos team. It's Lumos team. There's no way it's good. The man would do, if he could get away with it, he would do entire sentences with J as the suffix. Hello, good morning.
The J. What's the fraud?
How are huge? I'm doing Welge. Like that is, if you've been in voice with him, you know. TJ
But I was like, Homer Simpson.
pronounced like Homer, Simpson, or the Greek philosopher. Storyteller.
Question.
I mean, they're both pronounced Homer, but I'm just curious. Oh, okay.
Whichever one says less, you know, more interesting, I guess.
Yeah. I choose to believe that it's inspired by Homer Simpson.
See,
The historical work of Homer Simpson.
oh, historical work. See, I'm looking back, right? And I'm thinking, I don't know why, but something Ravish said earlier where he kept introducing languages. Like, it just keeps going. Because I can speak Russian.
Yeah, sure, bud.
Да, точно, правильно.
Да.
Мне нравятся ваши турнаменты. Я очень
Yep.
тебя люблю.
I sure hope you didn't say anything offensive in Russian, because neither TJ nor I could tell.
Don't worry, I just said I love you.
Oh, all right. Perfect. Thank you, Vipo. We're going to be headed to a quick break while the other quarterfinals resolve themselves. We'll be back as soon as we have a semifinal for you.
I've been sitting wondering in my bedroom how to move along and bright my day. I've been low-key for a while from over emotions. Gotta go and smell the air and find a way. Can we just dance? Can we just dance and forget about it? I'm tired of the race. Can we just dance and forget about it? Let it all go, darling, let it all go. I just need to stop and have some fresh vibes in my head. Let it all go, darling, let it all go. I'm not trying to run, just need some fresh vibes coming my way. Coming my way. Coming my way. Can you feel the drum beat in your feet now? Let her grow and catch the flow, the rhythm shakes. It's been waiting for you right around the corner. For your mind and soul, just let it break. Can we just dance? Can we just dance and forget about it? I'm tired of the race. Can we just dance and forget about it? Let it all go, darling, let it all go. I just need to stop and have some fresh vibes in my head. Let it all go, darling, let it all go. I'm not trying to run, just need some fresh vibes in my way. Come my way.
Oh, I can talk now. Excellent. What's up, everyone? Welcome back. We're going to be getting ready for our second series of the playoffs. It's going to be our first semifinal, Beepo.
Let's go!
Let's go! Let's go!
It's a semi-final!
This is where US dollars start to come into account. So let's take a look at the bracket, see who's made it this far. Bomba, of course, we just saw take a very quick 3-0 win over Barcode Rejects. And on the other side, we see, of course, our match for this series, which is versus Quest Esports.
I love the little pause you do, where it's just...
You can't, there's a hyphen there, Beepo. We gotta use it. Hyphen dash G.
Dash. Monkage. Lokage.
Just every opinion we add to them, we just put a G at the end. Oh, they're a great team. Been really impressed by their gameplay.
I can't.
Lumos would be so proud of us right now.
Lumos.
Oh. Lumos,
Guh.
Gudge. Guh.
For those who don't know about the guh, the guh joke, it's just this cat with the top text just says guh, the question mark.
It's my reaction to seeing a lot of the plays in a positive way. It's guh parentheses affectionate instead of guh derogatory, you know.
Guh?
Couple of those corner shots we saw in that last series. I'm excited to see this as well, though, because we've had Beepo. Have you played against Hamster Quest? I feel like yes. He's been around a while.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I haven't been playing enough recently, so I remember.
Yeah, I just mean in the ancient times, back in the pre-alpha tournaments, in the days before.
Okay, so to be honest, I played 2 of them. Hamster Quest was in neither of them, and I remember. But
Hamster
is my boy. All right,
Oh yeah?
my homeboy.
All right. That's pretty good. I'll take that. I, of course, during Strike Zone 1, the previous Core Assist tournament, I talked to Hamster because he had one Tofu Fortress that went directly up against the wall and somehow propelled the core up into the fortress directly horizontal into the enemy goal. It was one movement. It was just an instant goal. And I think that is how I will always remember Hamster Quest. Just the most incredibly cracked, unpredictable play I've ever seen.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Honestly, explain.
He and I talked for like an hour afterwards. We were just like, can we reproduce this? Is there any way we can make this reliable? What exactly happened here? Unfortunately, the answer was no, but I'd like to see him try.
I would love to see that, honestly. Just
I'm
have
sure
it
we could figure something out.
all.
But yeah, oh, we're gonna have a quick foray into last game's replays because we are going to have a minor delay.
Ooh. Aw.
So run us through your thoughts on these games here, Beepo.
Honestly, I've been loving them. They're honestly like the tournaments are the backbone, I think, for this community, right? And as someone who's been here for almost 2 years on the fact, right? I remember old tournaments and how much fun they used to be. And so I'm glad this time they're like bringing back that spirit, I think, because it's the end of the year. It's the last tournament for the beta. You know, the game's releasing soon. I think it's great. I think her quest to me.
It's in the replay again.
What?
Bevo confirmed, not epic.
You know what? I'll take that. I'll take the L.
Don't worry, Bevo. I think you're epic.
Thank you, Matt.
Oh, we're headed into draft already. Game 1 of versus Quest Esports is coming in. Lumos and Corey, of course, two of the most consistently successful forwards in Omega Strikers. Lumos, of course, previously plays with Orbits, I think it's fair to say, winningest team in Omega Strikers.
They got a streak. They got a streak. You know, you can say it's basically.
You know?
But we're seeing.
All right, we're
Matt.
running it into game number 1 of the first semifinal for Countdown. And Lumos going to be kicking it off here with an aggressive X play, mirrored by Leon.
Dude. Leon, just seeing both of them just going ulting. Going straight for him.
Just a little bit of stagger coming out. Oh! The combo from Corey and Lumos, the alley-oop into the wall. Lumos will fall for the pleasure. Corey trying to stall it out as best he can. You already lose with a great bounce off the wall to stall for time.
We need a counter every single time Lumos dies.
Don't be mean.
No, come on. Like, you can't blame me here.
Yeah. No, Lumos definitely is no stranger to playing it on the absolute edge and does get punished for it.
He is on the edge of glory, and he's hanging on the moment of truth.
Thank you, Beepo Gaga.
Oh my god.
A little bit of a battle in the midfield here onto Leo. That will be Lumos going down after the full stagger. Giga Blast, not enough from You Already Lose. And Hamster Quest snipes it through for the first goal of the semifinal.
It's that mirror match, you know. I think Hamster Quest is seeing Corey on the Estelle, and I think I gotta beat it.
A lot of pride on the line for these two.
Oh, honestly, he's got to prove he's the better scone user.
True. It's all about the scones, as we know.
All right, Hamster Quest playing a little bit of ping pong with Corey here. Lumos walking up, trying to score a goal, but Yeesh defending it like the boss he is.
I'm really liking how much Quest Esports are willing to let these become slow drifters, stall for time for Leo to get some damage down.
Oh yeah. Oh, and the miss, You Already Lose is Coleying to his life. They're almost trying to score it. It's not letting it happen. Corey's going back and forth, back and forth. Leon getting a kill on Lumos. Hamster Quest trying to push it in, but no. Corey says no to that.
The other team seems to be able to find consistent pressure towards the other goalie.
Oh yeah. You Already Lose missing the strike, but it's okay. It's already fine. Corey trying to push it on midfield, but no, gets denied. They're trying to keep mid control here. Yeesh a little bit walking out of his goal. Was Yeesh the player that like had the Yeesh line? Am I correct on that?
Yeah. That's the one.
I think he's proving it here.
Leo in trouble.
Piercing shot misses. Oh, Corey.
Oh no.
Obliterated. All right. Okay. Yeesh
The Giga Secure. Okay.
Score. I can't speak today.
It's
I think
okay.
that
Just that
game that took like 30 minutes is
it's broken your mental. That's okay. All you need to see is those KOs setting up for an easy shot on goal for Leo and Hamster. You're going to look to do it again here. Leo has a level lead on Lumos, making it easy for him to threaten with KOs. And now full ults into the goalie and into Lumos. Yeast stalling for time, letting that damage go further as Hamster down off the bottom wall. Traps it between himself and Corey. But now respawns up for Lumos and Leo is down.
whoa. Yeesh, you're scaring me. You're scaring me.
He's still successfully clearing despite the efforts. And Hamster Quest will fall to that piercing shot, giving Corey a scoring angle. Misses with the kit. Lumos now looks for it himself. Leo returns it to the wall. Hamster back up. Piercing shot onto Corey. The goalie's down though, and that's going to be a goal for Corey.
God. Lumos paired up with any forward. I think it's just, they just know. I play with Luma, and I'm not a fan. so I'm not that great. But
Yeah, Lumos' aggression really taking them far there.
Hamster was defending it with the scones. Yeesh, pulling up to the block. I
Have to be watching for these stagger bars. Both of them are level 10. No one has an advantage anymore in that damage.
Oh, Yeesh passing it up to Leo, hoping for a score, and Yeesh walking up past that midline, trying to push it in, giving his team a little advantage. They just need one more goal and it's over. They're going into overtime. Leo, oh, he fully staggered, trying not to die here, as Hamster Quest tries to push it in, but no. Corey is not letting that happen. Leo's hanging on for god dear life. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's been alive for so long.
Goodbye, Hamster Quest, I guess. Yo.
Oh no.
Not letting it happen. Lumos scores. Dude,
Oh, a beautiful bull rush as well. The previous scoring attempts went a little bit wide, and I was concerned, but then Lumos plays around this corner for a while, and there's going to be the bull rush into the strike.
that was a nasty angle.
Yeah, really well played here by Lumos, and additionally tying up the score of the game, keeping them in it for longer. It's all about the KO pressure. Lumos finds one, Corey to pass to him. Hamster clears for now. Lumos still staying forward and finds the goal now, 3-2 in favor of J.
Lumos blocking Yeesh was like a big brain play. Because he didn't have to strike it. No, he just had to keep Yeesh occupied, because what's a goalie gonna do if he's occupied?
Yeah, really well played.
3-2. And only needs one more goal to win. Yeesh trying to pull up, trying to protect Leo from dying again. But no, Leo's going full head first. Lumos fully staggered. Will Hamster Quest use a piercing shot? Don't know. He's trying to keep it playing ping pong with Corey right now.
Yeah, it's all about who gets the more damage out right now. Uh-oh.
I think it's a... Oh, Lumos? Yeesh.
Cut the stream, cut the stream, cut the stream.
And the stream.
Look, it happens to the best of us. ZZZ, famous master of X.
What do you say to that?
Always own goals, every now and again. X giveth and he taketh, alright?
X giveth, then he taketh.
X gonna give it to you, then he's gonna take it back within a couple seconds.
On and on? X going to deliver to us? Open up your mind, it's real?
Oh, what was that shot?
Oh my god.
Corey? Oh, Corey's gone. But still, I want to see this shot once more.
Oh my god.
Off the corner. What gave that much power? It was just a strike.
He just kind of did a loop-de-loop and just a little bit of a miss.
Yeah, incredible aim there.
Now, Gun needs one more goal. Alright, it's in overtime, so ball gets a lot faster here. Hamster Quest and Leo trying to make space, trying to score, and they do!
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, though. Like you said, overtime means the core goes faster, but also death timers are longer. The moment someone goes down, that match just got a whole lot harder.
See, Matt, I think we need an overtime game mode where it's just overtime.
I just straight up agree with you, not even as a joke. Like, that would be so much fun. Oh, there we go. Ja's now going to try and make their score happen. 6 seconds left on the KO. Good bounce with the bell ringer, but it's not going to be enough. And now Lumos is down, giving the advantage to the side of Quest Esports. Yeesh pushing forward, as is Leo. Hamster finds it.
Oh, it was the double team. Oh,
Beautifully
I
played.
love seeing that. They're doing so well.
Yeah, now going to be match point for Quest Esports.
And we're a little bit late, but that's okay.
Yeah,
Ooh, but
Hamster
Leo
Quest is down.
Automatically almost gets knocked out, but no. He's living. Corey goes back to Yeesh. Yeesh successfully defends. Lumos trying to get a kill on Yeesh. But Corey's trying to pass it to Lumos, and
There he is.
they strutted so they could run.
It's all going to come down to who gets the first KO in each of these rounds.
Oh yeah.
There's no way to stall for long enough.
That timer's being super long, right? You gotta like kind of min-max at least.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird, you know, min-maxing and a Mega Striker. Who would have thought?
Oh, yeesh!
Leo, not again! Don't
Barely saving it. Yeah, Lumos really low on stagger. Speaking of, he's going to need to recover with that orb. Really good orb usage from both teams to keep their brawlers up. And now Lumos has the KO angle. It's 2 versus 2. Estelle versus X here in the midfield. Both guys still up. Hamster just cannot find a scoring angle. And it looks like for once, people will have the time to revive.
Oh. Also,
Oh.
I forgot to mention this, but the orbs are power orbs, Matt.
Yeah, making it all the more dangerous. Lumos in trouble. There's going to be the KO. Quest Esports have the advantage for the time being. There's 2 KOs. Hamster to Leon. Back to Hamster. You already lose. Does not have enough. And Hamster brings it back to game point.
Oh, that was nice. That was
Yeah. Really well played.
You know,
Just the scones.
obviously, the scones. Yeah, scone diff.
Oh.
As I said, literally, you give X a power orb, its strength doubles, he has ult, and
Oh. Corey. Beautiful shot right behind Lumos' strike. If you watch it again, that I believe it was the piercing shot right into the line of fire. Yep.
Ooh, just a
Beautiful prediction. Those are so hard to land, especially in overtime. Having that ability to make the calc on those core speeds.
That's true. He's trying to pass in Hamster Quest to keep it out of the midfield onto the enemy side. Not succeeding yet, but definitely defending. Oh, that was close. Okay.
It's looking like a Quest Esports goal until the revives came back up. Beautiful save there from Yeesh. Hamster Quest, piercing shot. Lumos looks for the damage with the special. Can't find anyone with it. And now Leon defending his own goal arc. Lumos now staggered, giving time for Quest Esports to find that pressure downfield. Lumos still staggered. Low, doesn't fall to the piercing shot. Lumos finds a KO of his own onto Leo, and the goal comes out. 7-6 for Ja. Nobody is willing to let this series go.
Matt, it's not Ja.
No, it's Ja.
Ja.
I will not give up on this point. I know I'm right. All right, 7-6 now.
Fudge.
Match point for Gudge.
Ooh, so 1v3. Yeah!
Hamster Quest, beautiful bounce there.
Ooh, I saw the piercing shot. You saw the bounce?
Yeah,
Two
it
different.
was a bounce right into the piercing shot. It was just absolutely stunning.
I see. And still win by 2. They're just trading goals at this point.
Yeah,
I want.
power orb onto Hamster.
What do you think's gonna win?
Does enough for the time. Okay, all right. This is going to be a Hamster Quest goal.
Oh, God, and an ace for Hamster Quest. All right. Well.
This is how these points are going to go. The early damage trades is where we need to pay the most attention coming into this potential final round.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because sure, X can deal a lot of damage, right? But once X is dead, Estelle and Kai don't do that much. And Leo's, ooh. Yore's gonna try to pass it up to Corey. Corey's gonna try to look for a strike shot.
Oh,
Pierce shot. Strike shots at him.
right off the corner as well.
That is true.
Once again, like using these ramps really creatively. That piercing shot directly into the corner.
That's kind of what you want to do, right? You want to get that goalie into a position where they're like just about to strike, but once they strike, right, they can't strike again for like, what, 25 seconds? I don't know the timing. I just play goalie.
There goes Corey. Leo dodging out the bell ringer just narrowly as Lumos very low dodges the Giga Blast. And there we go. There's going to be the KO for Leon. It's going to be back to match point in favor of Quest Esports.
They're doing this whole 1v3 thing very well, right?
Yeah.
They're immediately getting those kills off the rip, giving them enough time, enough space, right, to get that goal, which is very important in this game.
Yeah. Leo gonna get staggered first. He's in a little bit of trouble, but Corey, a rare misposition. Lumos is down. It's 1 versus 3. You already lose. Trying his best, but how much longer can he make it last? pushing forward into the midfield. Stalled long enough for Corey, and now Lumos is back up as well.
Come on!
They lost their shot.
These spacing is killing me. Come on, they need one more goal. They got this. Leo's gonna be knocked out almost. Not yet.
Lumos is low, staggered, down.
Oh, come on.
2v1.
Oh, come on.
Hamster Quest, piercing shot, doesn't find it. 3 seconds left. Yeesh to the corner. Gigablast into the other goal.
Beautiful 1v2 from You Already Lose.
Well, folks, and we're back to even just like that.
Oh my god. I can't speak after. That was beautiful.
Yeah, really well done. Now Yeesh going to be pushing forward onto the aggro once more. Hamster Quest staggered, as is Lumos. Good positioning here. Trade 1-for-1. It's going to be an X versus Estelle in the midfield. Leo going to be taking a lot of damage. But Yeesh just wasn't in position. You already lose off the top wall.
Proving his name right now.
Yeah,
Proving his name.
there it was. Just a casual slider.
It's a 10-9 game now. Man, this is long. More like you already win. Ooh, Hamster Quest trying to push it in, but no, Yeesh passes it up, hopefully trying to pass one of his teammates. Not working out so well. Hamster Quest trying to set up a strike shot, but no, Corey denies. Whoa, Hamster Quest is fully staggered and he's gone. It's a repeat. It's a repeat.
Lumos!
Oh my god.
Beautifully done between them. They decided to make the focus all about the KO. Hamster Quest did a great job dodging out for as long as he could, but then once the angle was isolated, Lumos had a bell ringer right into that corner. And you can look across the board, those KO numbers are absolutely ridiculous. 4, 8, 9 on the blue side,
16.
but you can see like double digits across the board for Quest Esports. They were really focusing on them, but in the end, it just wasn't enough to get them the win.
Matt, that was 16 kills.
Yeah. And that was game 1.
That was game 1.
It's a best of 5. We're gonna be here for a while.
We're gonna be for a while.
I'm ready for it. I'm looking forward to it, man.
I'm here with my best friend.
Exactly. We're here. We're having a good time.
We are, you know, and
Having a grand old time.
more with you. All right.
So sweet, Beepo. We're going to be... I'm actually curious what's going on across the rest of the bracket, frankly. We placed for a minute 30.
Ooh.
So Bomba versus Core Overflow hasn't started yet. Gosh, I hope they're taking a break and grabbing some snacks, to be honest, because this is going to be quite a long one. 1 point up there so far for Ja in this series, and
5 games. It's best
yeah.
of 5. It's gonna be a while.
Well, I'm curious as well. One of the things that we see happen in longer tournaments is players just start getting tired, man. There's only so long you can play at 100% in these tournaments, but now after a game like that, both teams are going to have to work to recover their mentality as we head into game number 2, and it looks like it's a near mirror once again.
There's an I'm. There's
Yeah, I'm wondering which of the two is going to be headed into the goal. Where do you think the cat girl's going, Beepo?
it's going.
All right, an IME goalie here.
My bad for listeners. That was so
Oh, we love casters getting excited. It's all good. Leo already seems the game plan hasn't changed here for the side of Ja. Lumos and Corey try and keep it forward. Heavy KO pressure so far, but they lose one of their own.
I think the IME pick was a good pick. You want?
Oh. Hamsters rotated to goalie. They're playing goalie swaps.
Wait, what?
Fascinating. Okay, so let's talk about goalie swaps for a little bit. One of the strongest ways to do it is when you have a player like Hamster who's played competitively in both the goal and forward position, you can send him back towards the goal arc and let Yeesh blow his cooldowns trying to get core control in the midfield. And you can keep rotating them like that to have more core pressure than the enemy team.
I hate to tell you this, Matt. But that's not how goalie players think. I know. All right? They simply, you know, all these players are common probably, right? In the VC, chilling, you know, doing their best, being like mid, bot, top, you know, core strike. But that's not what goalies think. Goalies think is ooga booga, funny forward. Go scored.
Give blood. Me hit core, me get blood.
Orb.
Yeah, orb. Goalie swaps were actually just a creative invention by goalies in order to get them more orbs.
That's what I'm saying. Right, because
Conspiracy has been revealed here.
see, I would say I'm a pretty OG goalie player. I've been playing goalie my entire career. All right, that's it. We don't have big brains. It's just ooga booga orb.
Orb's gonna cause a little bit of a problem there for Leo as he gets taken down by Corey off that piercing shot. Lumos catches the return off that angle, so finally Joe are finding their footing in this game.
Let's go, Matt. Let's go.
No.
I hate to break it to you.
No,
What do you
I refuse. Until Lumos or Corey, or you already lose, DM me, it's GIF. It's the GIF versus GIF argument all over again, and I will not lose.
Oh man.
Good KO there for Leo. Oh!
Jeez.
What was that? Leo!
Double KO. That's what I'm saying. X just walk. X gonna give it to you. Meaning X walks to your.
Bell ringer into bull rush into second bell ringer in less than 3 seconds.
Wait, that thing had a name. And
And then just like,
go.
and then that happened. We had a firewall sentry apparently. Don't worry about it. Don't stress yourselves too much thinking about that one.
Oh, you hate to see it. Where it's like you strike it, but then
Yeah.
a little train cart. Because I call it train. Because I'm old. I'm a boomer in this game. Luo's clinging on for dear life though as Leo sends him. Trying to push it up with Yeesh. Doing his best pants to hamster but whoa, my brain did not.
Leo with another KO. Hamster to Leo. Back to Yeesh. Back to Leo.
Oh.
Not gonna find it yet, Beepo.
No, not yet. He's just trying his best to give it to Leo, but no, Leo gets outed immediately by Lumos. Ooh, but he defends it. Very good. 10 out of 10. Corey, though, almost full staggered. Will Leo go towards him? Yep. I called it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know how X players think. I'm in their head.
Leo has one goal, and that's to dunk players and the core. Now, 4-2 off that last play. Really good aggression into the enemy goal arc, keeping pressure on you already lose the entire time.
It's a 4-2 man.
Yep.
This game
Leo.
is completely different.
Yeah, Leo trying to end this one as quickly as possible, but Corey out of the corner. I actually didn't get to see that one because my PC lagged at that moment. Let's watch the replay. Okay, it was a sick rose warp. Got it.
Perfect. It was perfect. Oh my god, that was so satisfying. That needs to be put in a satisfying compilation. You know, where it's like the guy just like on you know social media just puts it through stuff and it's just perfect. That needs to be there.
Just sync it up. Maybe add some meditation behind it. Leo, gonna be pushing forward, trying to find this goal off the wall. Good bounce, but loses control of the core, but keeps control of the players, putting a ton of damage onto you already lose. KO threat is out. Bull rush does not land. Firewall sentry has been forced out, and now that's gonna be a KO. Yeesh clears it. And Lumos off the top corner as he moves downward. I love that play.
Is this gonna be another close game?
I think it is.
I
think we're in for a long one.
Mental capacity for this one, Chief. I'm a very simple-minded player. Oh.
Lumos taking a lot of pressure here as Leo continues to push forward. Trying to do the same too. You already lose. Lumos at risk of being staggered. Fully recovers. Corey is low as well. Leo picks up the orb. Doesn't get threatened there. Safe in the midfield for the time being, but a Giga Blast goes out. Corey. Yeah, Corey just absolutely ping-ponged there. Hamster can't find the secure with the piercing shot. Leo will get it clear for the time being. Good barrage. Corey looks for the goal, as does Lumos off the bottom corner.
Wait, did he pierce shot? Yeesh.
No. He may have, actually. Scones. Piercing shot onto Yeesh. Oh, beautiful.
I knew it.
All right, potential game point here.
Come on, Hamster Quest, I'm rooting for you, buddy. I mean, I wouldn't mind if Corey also won. Corey's listening.
Double stagger on the board is just dangerous here for Gudge. Oh, Lumos. Almost own goals there.
Oh. Oh.
Firewall sentry. Really good shot there from Hamster, tying up the series.
See, that worked out so well because Corey already used a strike. Right? If you're watching the replay,
Yeah.
he striked right there. Did not have time for another one.
Yeah. Moved out of position as well. Lumos taken down. Double KOs coming across. Just the Estelles and the goalies on the field. Both of them just trying to stall for their brawlers to come back up.
Oh! Oh, that
Great
combo
save.
worked. That would have been beautiful.
He's doing a really great job there. Hamster Quest incredibly low. Has to jump away. Try and recover as much stagger as possible. And now Corey staggered as well. Leo tries to find pressure with his last sliver of health, but it won't be enough. The offensive pressure from Quest Esports. It's going to save them for the time being. 2 seconds left. There comes Leon. He's going to be up and keep this game alive. Lumos is down. Leo looks for the goal. Can't find it. Hamster off the wall. Corey!
Corey!
Horizontal shot.
It happened again. He did it again.
Yeah.
That was beautiful.
Just Corey has been so consistent with these horizontal shots off the bottom of the goal. Unless you're in that exact position, no way to block them.
Hamster Quest trying to pass it up to Leo. Leo trying to knock it in, but no. Pulls out the ult. Trying to do enough damage onto Corey and Lumos.
Oh!
Okay, Scone.
Scone moment.
Scone's moment.
Right in the pass down between the two players. Hamster Quest throws out those crystal thorns. Catches it on the pass, sends it sailing right into the goal.
Oh man. This is
Push
very
forward once again here. Yeah. Leo trying to put down as much damage as possible. They're focusing on the KOs once more, but Leo in that process is taking a ton of damage himself. Focusing down onto Lumos. There's the ult blown. That's going to be a KO as well. Leo doesn't find the strike. You already lose with the firewall sentry. Pushes it forward. Leo resets top corner. Corey in his hands. There's going to be the thorns. Barrage to try and save it. Lumos is back up. No goalie in the net still. Hamster Quest up to Leo. Leo can't find it. And the goalie back up. Yeesh out of position.
Oh.
He's just
I think
really
we went through
struggling,
that
trying to.
line right there.
Yeah.
think I know
Well,
what
I mean, you gotta put the pressure forward.
Oh yeah. No, I think he thought that Leo was gonna be able to get it in, right? And then okay, never mind.
Lumos! Firewall sentry plus the bull rush, enough to secure yet another game. 8-6. The numbers are getting smaller at the very least, so they're getting
Smaller.
getting a little bit faster of a lead once again. Lots of KOs coming out from the team, but this time much more core control focused. They're able to take that victory now up 2-0 in the series. It is a best of 5 though, so there is the potential for a reverse sweep coming out here from Quest Esports. And with how close this series has been, definitely on the cards.
Oh. Also, can I tell you one buff about Amy? Not buff, but I would say it's definitely good to the team, right? As an Amy believer. All right. 100%
I'm with you.
Amy brings up so much value to a team, whether it's goalie or forward. All right. People think not. They're lying to you. Okay. Cat Girls win. As being part of Late's team named Catboy Supremacy, I believe.
R.I.P. R.I.P. to Catboy Supremacy. You know, and that's a good analytical point there. Beepo, Catgirls are a competitive advantage. So coming into game number 3, this is a potential series point. I want to see who takes the Catgirl advantage away. Could just be another mirror, frankly.
Oh,
Yep.
it is.
It's going to be back to that game number 1 composition for both of these teams. They both feel confident that with enough adjustments, they can win these fights. Going for KOs more consistently for the side of Quest Esports and more surgical KOs on the side of Jit.
Didn't even pause for a minute. You just went straight through it. But what happened, Matt?
I was just waiting. I was deciding whether I should be using your pronunciation or not.
Man,
Decided to stick to my guns.
what the fuck?
As our Lumos and Corey on this forward position, putting down a ton of damage onto Leo and Hamster. But no staggers, no KOs just yet. Oh, Lumos. Staying really aggressive here onto Yeesh, but not expending any cooldowns for damage until he sees an opportunity onto Hamster.
Almost KOing Hamster Quest there. That was scary.
Yeah. Really close. Hamster has recovered, though. Lumos going to be looking for the bell ringer, but finds the strike instead. 1-0 for the first goal of the
In
game.
the emote. You know, I gotta say, I've noticed 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
1, no Atlas. Tired Torment. I hope that you.
Yeah.
All right, that we've seen. All right. I don't know that entire Torment, but I'm upset about that.
People just don't like Atlas. I'm sorry, man. I'm with you. I'm with you.
Having KOs though in the early game though, that's like probably on par with overtime because you don't have that many levels, right? You don't have that many chances to save yourself.
Yeah. If ever there were a series where Atlas could be seriously considered, it'd be this one. With all the KOs going left and right, being able to undo one of them would be pretty powerful.
Remember the time where his ulti was 60 seconds?
I
sure
sure do. Same brain rot there.
I sure do. I hope that never happens again.
Good KO there from Leo. Might be able to find a goal here, but Hamster's the one to do it.
Bellringer did not come in clutch this time.
Yeah. Good rose warp from Hamster to reposition as well. Right off that corner. Oh, nasty.
I feel like we're tiring ourselves out a little bit here.
It's just so good. Sometimes you gotta take in the good gameplay and just vibe with it.
See, that's what I'm saying. I can't be that great of a caster, right? I just like watching.
You gotta vibe with the games. Leo gonna be able to find a KO early on means Hamster going on the offensive as well. Big Leo coming forward with a big goal. Yeesh to follow it up. I'm really loving how far forward Yeesh has been moving.
He's going to the Yeesh line.
Yeah. He's just playing third forward at this point. And with how difficult it's been for this team to score in the past games in this series, I think it's a cool adaptation.
I gotta see more players at the Yeesh line, you know. I just don't like playing up to the Yeesh line because then I get blamed and then I cry and then it's sad.
Lumos looks for aggro once more. Oh, Corey right off the wall.
The scones. Come on.
Yeah, really well positioned there from Corey. Strike shot to put down some damage, and then of course the scones while the Giga Blast was still mid animation.
See, now here's my favorite game when watching like high level play. All right. Do they use WASD or MOBA?
Always West, or that really cursed, what is it? People are doing controller plus blast. Awful. Controller mouse. Some people swear by it though. Yeesh now going to be pushing forward to his forwards. His Hamster Quest off that corner into the hands of Leo. Lumos taking him down into stagger. Bell ringer off the side, plus the bull rush. Stalls for time. You already lose. Trying to defend his forwards. Lumos and Corey both incredibly low. Lumos picks up the orb back in the action. Tosses off the reset. Corey jumps forward with the Rose Warp. Piercing shot onto Leo. Want to keep him away as long as they can. Corey off the wall once more. Piercing shot goes wide. Leo finds the KO and gets answered. Lumos with the bull rush. Can't find the core in time. Back to 0.
Oh my god. Hamster Crush is getting bullied. He's not getting KO'd, but he's just getting straight to the wall.
Yeah. 5 seconds left on overtime. Lumos in that stagger state. Leo not dedicating his cooldowns to it just yet. Corey off the top wall, won't find it. KO narrowly avoided. Corey tries to find a piercing shot of his own, but cannot.
Scones! It's a scone death mat.
Yeah. No, like Corey, every single one of these plays just sends those crystal thorns out behind them when the goalie least expects it.
2-3. Guh. Just needs one more goal. Oh, and they almost had it. Oh, come on, Leo. Yeah! The
1-for-1 trade.
Ooh.
Oh, yeesh, barely saves it.
He's trying to pass it up to Leo. Leo popping the ultimate, trying to get these KOs to give his team a little bit more of an edge here. Not working out, though. Leo giving a little bit of ping-pong action. Once more, tries to push it into the goal. Not happening. Quest trying to give up support while Corey's trying to just knock him out.
Yeah, Lewis and Corey are really low. I suspect this could be a goal here for Quest.
Oh
yeah.
Oh, jeez, that was disgusting.
Yeah, that's a goal and a half there. Could see really good stagger management from the side of Quest Esports. Watch, because Lumos goes low the same time that Hamster went low, allowing them to keep a quick KO onto both later on in the game.
We're gonna have another close game, though.
Yeah.
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 Hamster to Leo.
Ooh.
Leo with those Gigantify orbs is gonna do a lot for them. Extended range on X does a ton. Yeesh gets taken down. And Corey sinks it into the bottom corner. 3-4. It's match point again.
That's unfortunate when your goalie gets killed, right? But your midfielder is too far away to safely support.
Yeah.
It's 3-4. God just needs one more goal again.
Yeah.
Leo trying to pop it up, trying to pass it, but no.
Uh-oh. Corey? Hamster is so low.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Recovered now with the help of that orb. Leo's down. Lumos pushes forward even though he's staggered. He thinks he has it, gets taken out himself. 9 seconds on Lumos, 4 on Leo. Advantage Hamster Quest.
Hamster Quest is trying to get some sort of shot through, but not happening.
Oh, Lumos pushes forward. It's 1-for-1 trade. Lumos putting damage down onto Yeesh. You already lose, can't get the core to him, and now Lumos will find a KO. He was under threat, but not enough. Corey's back up. Giga Blast off the corner. Piercing shot, not enough. Corey goes forward again. Over the top, and it will be taking the 3-0 in the series.
I was rooting for my boy. But it's okay.
Yeah.
They played amazing.
It was really fantastic play, really long, drawn-out games, but throughout it, a lot of stamina coming out from Lumos, Corey, and You Already Lose. And I think that last game hinged a lot on Corey. A lot of calm, collected plays down towards that bottom corner, just never giving up, incredibly consistent, just frankly an absolute nuisance for Quest Esports to deal with.
I think I just know how Corey plays because he's a rune player. All right, true and heart understands how angles work, right? I think that's the right way to say that, right? Because rune pillars really depend on how you position them, right? And getting that little sharp corner, and you can just pull it off with any character.
Well, I think Corey's strength as a player has always been with those little micro positioning and placements. He started as a rune player very early on, going back to even the collegiate pre-alpha, but then moving forward, he adapted and started climbing the ranks as an era player. Those magic maelstroms take some real finesse to use successfully. So to see him on Estelle seems like a pretty natural evolution for me, where he has a lot of tools where that precise placement is going to benefit him.
Oh, and look. Bomba and Core Overflow. Still waiting.
Yeah, 37 minutes. That was a long series. I hope they've been taking breaks. I hope they've been getting water, getting some snacks, because of course, despite the scoreline, this was an incredibly close series.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I love seeing these games. It genuinely makes me happy. Right? Even if there's nothing on the line. I think each of these players, right from the bottom of my heart, understand that they're in it for fun, right? Okay, there's money, yeah, okay, but you know, but I love seeing them play, because that's what I miss from the community, from the old days, where, people were great. Oh yeah.
Okay, here comes Beepo with the cane again. Yeah, Beepo, we have $5,000 on the line. Come on.
Yeah.
How could you forget that prize pool? Yeah, incredibly fairly. Most of it's going to go to the top four, so we're watching there for, of course, in order to get up there, 2,750, I believe, or 2,500 up to that first place spot. But of course, all the way down, we've got $5,000, but also 5,000 Oddie points. So everyone you're going to be seeing in these playoffs is going home with a little something.
I wish I kind of played. I want money.
You could have. Literally, it was an option.
Okay, but hear me out.
Uh-huh.
Who I'd play with.
Oh, fair. Fair.
Anybody who would take me.
Beepo. Oh.
I think that's it.
I would play with you, Beepo, but then we would get knocked out absolutely like round one.
I wouldn't
So,
care. You would play
but then
with me?
yeah, you know what? We could have done that. We'll do that next time. Don't worry about it. But of course,
don't even think about casting.
yeah, exactly. For this time, we have finished our casting for the time being. We've gone through the quarterfinals and the first semifinals. Coming up, the second semifinal between Bomba and Core Overflow. Then the winner of that series to decide who is going to be the grand champion of Countdown and take home that massive over $2,000 prize. We'll find out after we come back from this break with that next semifinal.
Saying goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Countdown. My name is TJ, joined for the very first time this tournament by Bayo. How are you doing, Bayo?
I mean, my heart's in my throat. Did you see that last semis? I mean, what, 20 minutes each? My goodness.
Yeah, an absolutely incredible series that we have in front of us. That was broadcast by the wonderful Beepo and Matt. But now, we got ourselves our own semi-final. And I think it might be even better don't tell them that.
You know, I think I will tell them that, or at least the people watching at home. This is a matchup between two teams that have dropped one total map across the group stage, across the playoffs thus far. And even better than that, TJ, it's a matchup in styles. Bomba has had such good core control. Their passing has been really out of this world. And you have this core overflow team that is just their brute force, punching things through. So yeah, one map dropped and a stylistic mismatch. What more could you want?
Literally nothing. Do you want to know something that you could want from me, though?
Maybe something. What?
I didn't fix these.
Okay, hello there, Niberia. How's it going? How's your day going?
I don't know about you, but I'm really... No, he wasn't. He was kind of losing steam by the end there. They were on for a while. It was much lower energy than that. All right, I will try and get your tanks set up. I apologize. This is going to be hopefully not turbo scuffed, but a little bit slower paced bit of the broadcast as I'm both producing and commentating for our final leg here. But it should be the easiest because we're down to just the last few teams, so there are only a few moving parts. And I have the very experienced Bearmolf alongside me. So he is now going to fill for approximately a minute while I get everything set up to go.
Sounds good. Are we still doing that?
No.
The shtick of everything ends in GE. I mean, they're in the finals, TJ. So I guess, but I don't know. I really do want to talk about this series that we got upcoming. I touched on it when we were looking at highlights, but if you all didn't see the Bombas quarterfinals game, which is understandable, the tournament's been going for a while, but I know I talked about the passwork, but it cannot be understated. They were finding like the thinnest of areas, the tiniest little gaps to be able to play into and get these beautiful goals in the goalie zone when their entire enemy team was just sitting there defending them as well. So that's not a style of Omega Strikers that I see all that often, and I see a finger up, so I'm going to stop talking.
Perfect. I lost your last name somewhere in the process, but...
That's all good. My last name is he, him, apparently, with the proper brackets and the slash. There we go, works out.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The entire last set of games have just been a real treat. I have to say I was a little worried, you know, maybe on our final day, because Countdown is, I think, really about celebrating the entire beta, that people wouldn't be taking it super seriously, that they would just, you know, be happy to be here. That's kind of how I feel. I'm just happy to have reached the end of the beta and to have had this wonderful time playing the game before we head towards our full release. And so I was a little bit worried that maybe it would just be kind of party town. Nobody would be taking it seriously. And let me tell you, it is cutthroat out there. It is crazy.
Well, you know, TJ, Odyssey really helped us out with that one. $5,000 and then $5,000 more ish of Audi points. Kind of makes it pretty easy to go and want to play for that one, right? And
yeah.
Okay, in fairness, we did see we saw an Atlas, so some clowny play. But in general, it's been really good.
What do you... Hold up. Stop and explain yourself for that one.
Hey, Atlas is Atlas the worst striker in the game, or just...
No,
you know?
that's Asher, I think, right now.
Oh, that's fair enough. Okay. I think we've seen more Asher than Atlas, though, so...
Yeah, because
those metrics.
People have figured out how to make Asher like a real middle-of-the-map bully, and nobody... Well, people tried to do that with Atlas. Forward Atlas is clown mode. I'll be fully transparent about that. But we did see, for a very long time, some good Atlas goalie play, and that's always got a soft spot in my heart. That's one of the characters I like playing the most.
It always surprises me with how much the last, 3 months of the meta have been this heavy knockout, heavy damage meta. And then despite that, Atlas really can't find their way in. I mean, you have this great big ultimate that brings people back from death. Well, if you're playing a knockout meta, you commit your cooldowns to that would make sense. But unfortunately, the Celestial interference is like a 50-second cooldown. So given how fast this game goes, I guess that's why. But
Well, so there was a while kind of immediately after the alpha to beta transition where almost every team was running Atlas for exactly that reason. They were running Atlases because you could run your trainings such that you had that, I believe it's Divine Intervention, they might have changed it.
Celestial Intervention now, yeah.
Celestial Intervention. It just sucks because me and Matt, we always try to make like the ability names funner to say. And so we were going to call it DI, because that's like really fun.
Yeah.
You got like GA and other games, and you could be like, oh, he drops the DI and saves him. So now it's CI, and that doesn't quite have the same ring to it. Anyway, there was a while where people were really prioritizing forcing the cooldown short on that and getting the resurrects, and that was, I think, a peak knockout meta. And now we're past that, and as a result, we simply don't see any Atlas. We are waiting in the queue at this point. I don't have word from the admins on the state of the game, but we are headed towards that second semi-final when the players are ready.
That's very exciting. So TJ, you know, sitting here, I've talked at length about how good I think Bombas are, how impressive their teamwork is, but you know, hey, I'm gonna ask you the question that every caster hates, and that is, we're looking at the semifinals. One total map has been dropped, but who takes this? Who faces gut in that finals?
I just have such a soft spot for Core Overflow because those players have been around for such a long time that, like, I don't know. It's the team name or the variation on the team name that I've seen the longest from like our very first tournament. We ran Strike Zone 0 during the closed alpha stages. I believe it was officially the pre-alpha stages, and we were literally just streaming to a Discord channel in the Discord. And so that's where that name brings memories up. So there's my bias. There's my soft spot.
So TJ's got the pity vote to Core Overflow. Got it.
Sure.
No, but I think that's right. They haven't been quite as undefeated as Bombas is. It's kind of hard to do that because Bombas hasn't dropped a map, but only dropping one map and looking very good on the maps they win. Hey, I'll take it. Regardless, though, I think we are going to go, hopefully, to 4 or 5 games, get us some, what do you think, 20-minute games, 30-minute games, break records, 200 saves for each goalie.
I'm going to give you some inside baseball here. My like goal for tournaments is always around 4 hours, right? And if you have a grand final and that goes over for, like, once you're in the grand final, it doesn't matter. Because there's only 2 teams left and they can play for however long they're going to play, and that's their own faults. But you want to hit like about 4 hours around the time that you're mid-final. We have hit 4 hours and 20 minutes before the second semi-final has been played, and the vast majority of that, it felt like, was the other semi-final. So, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe Bomba absolutely flew through their entire side of the bracket. So they've just been waiting for a bit. And I have a sneaking suspicion that if we play like 4 more hours of semi-final of Mega Strikers, we're not going to have players left by the time the final comes.
Again, we do have that nice prize pool. $2,500 waiting for the winner is a good way to keep players, even if they do have to play until the wee hours of the morning.
Yeah, but at some point you start to see it on the field, which can be deeply entertaining. But we'll see how that goes. It's an endurance challenge. What's the race car thing? Is it Le Mans, which is 24 hours of racing?
Yeah, Le Mans. When you just go around, but even better,
is it
you know.
Le Mans?
Well, in layman's terms, it's the car race, but I believe it's actually called Le Mans.
I'm gonna push this button now. Watch all these buttons be pushed in sequence. The first one, I'm gonna bring this down, and then the second one, I'm gonna push this button.
Is this draft button?
And you hear this music, and you say,
"Ooh." And now, folks, we're gonna go to the draft because the semifinals is ready. And look at that! Wait a minute here. No, we got baited. It's not gonna be an Atlas.
Oh yeah.
He let it go as long as possible, but slop on his Kai. I don't think that surprises anyone all that much.
No, I think you are correct about that. As we do get into game, Luna here is interesting. This is going to be a full range spam composition. If they're able to line up all those different projectiles, this will be pretty terrifying. Bomba able to spam any core across the line into the goal.
Yeah, Bomba did this, I believe, in game 3 of their quarterfinals. It was intensely successful, but we'll talk about that more because, TJ, we're here. It's game 1.
Yeah. Now time for me to see if I can run the replays while casting.
The important button presses indeed is, hey, juggles right now. That's fun.
Yeah. So we're already seeing some of that just projectile spam that's going to convert. This is going to be a very bloodthirsty game with, ooh, multiple Estelles on the field and this Asher in the middle.
So in Overflow right now, really at this point in the game, TJs, we're low levels, 15 seconds in. It's all about trying to find spaces. Ooh, shot. Oh, wow.
What a setup. Streak will clear the field a bit, but now in a 1v2, barely gets it clear.
All right, so Vaughn commits the ultimate, tries to knock Streak out of the goal, but it's not going to be impactful all right now. And that's, again, a powerful cooldown that Vaughn doesn't really have access to right now. But, hey, you give it a little bit more time, and the pokes are going to start to happen again.
Oh, the scones! Slop digs it out of the goal. After in for Overflow gets it past him with the scones. Slop will
Slop's
race
going forward here.
Play the
There.
midfield line and get it down.
So it's always interesting to see how far the guys feel comfortable going forward. Streak. Oh!
Wow. Nothing to that. Bells finds the top corner and just slides it through with a spam.
And we talked about sometimes guys want to go forward with that speed boost, but sometimes it really doesn't work.
The answer, by the way, to can I clip well while casting? Not yet.
I'll take it. It looks like a yes to me. Well, I mean, now we're 2.5 minutes into this game. The puck starts to speed up, levels start to increase, but man, Vaughn already so low, drops the whammy, but it's not going to do all that much. It gets so low here. Oh no, he doesn't get knocked out. There he goes. Now TJ, it's a 3-on-2. Bells bounces it out. Slop as well, buying time. 4 seconds until their teammate comes back. But it seems like we're going to reset for them. Oh no, I'm sorry, we don't. The Crystal Thorns gets everything in. Streak doesn't time that out right.
Yeah, that was all Bells all the way. Bells just found this forward angle and set up their own combo. You can see every single button in the kit pressed in sequence. Streak doesn't have enough cooldowns to keep that out.
No, he really doesn't. But now we're 2-0 here for Bombas.
Int, unable to spam it through in the same way. Slop staying ahead of that one. Has to try again. It'll be the barrage to get it clear.
Oh, Pathfinder as well coming in from Elo Haven, but doesn't matter. Bells is dominating.
Yeah, look at this top corner find that he's snags, and it's just Streak slightly out of position after the crater. Doesn't have anything immediately off cooldown, and it's a classic scone angle, as people would say.
Well, I like scones as well. So yeah, 3-0 here. Wow, well done from Bombas already. But Slop, a bit of a dangerous position right now as the Asher tries to go forward. But Bells does such a good job there knocking him back.
Incredible stuff from Slop inside the goal.
Oh man, but he's gonna have, okay, he's got the block there, but again, Asher and Estelle, they're just trying to get closer, but now Estelle's knocked out,
Open
and
goal.
Elo Haven gets a knockout as well. Both Estelle's gone, but again, with the crater getting knocked down, they just cannot get here into goal, TJ.
Heaven's been putting so much pressure on Slop, constantly inside the goal arc, stealing orbs. Oh, and it's not gotten anything done yet. Slop has been playing perfectly.
And watch the cooldowns, TJ. Slop, he doesn't have that speed boost anymore, so he's got to play a little bit more comfortable, a little bit back on the goal. But again, now the Luna's knocked out, 3-on-2, and Overflow gets knocked out as well, but Elo Haven taps it in, and the first point's on the board here for Core Overflow.
Yeah, finally a little bit of reward for Elo Heaven's pressure. You see standing here right on top of Slop, forcing them to position awkwardly. You have to get out of the goal ahead of that pressure, and that opens it up.
Oh, it really does. But, immediate knockout.
Yeah, just knocked through the goal they were trying to pressure. Bell's still on the field running the midfield, and Slop leaves the goal again to provide that midfield.
Oh man, it feels so scary when Bells is even on the right side of the map at all. Bells absolutely just feasting there.
Yeah, Bells with great orb control as well. This setup's good. Streak stays ahead of it.
Oh, shot goes. Oh, Streak's doing such a good job here, making sure that he closes off the north side, where really this has been where Bells has been scoring the majority of their points. But man, okay, speed's up now on both players, so it allows the Kais to be a little bit more active here on the map, TG, but as that times out again, be more defensive.
Yeah, ELO running the midfield. Int. Oh, setting up for it. Not able to get the puck to Heaven in time, and now it's Bells on the attack. Streak handles it very well. And we're back to the midfield again. Int doing a great job interfering with this passing play, stopping Bells from getting the plays they were getting for the first few times.
15 seconds here. It's getting so close. Oh, Elo Haven gets it in.
Just walks right up to him and says, "Is this the puck you were looking for?"
You know, I think it was, but that's just what happens sometimes. If an Asher gets in the goal with that passive, with that shield, it's so hard to stop.
That's all you need. 3-2 now.
3-2. We're in overtime right now as 10 seconds remain. In Overflow, can they tie this up
Open
here?
goal.
Already a knockout on the Estelle. Slop 3-on-2, and now overtime has been triggered. Elohaven tries to find his way into goal, but no Slop. He saves it, and now they're going to be back in overtime. Full strength here. Streak doing what he can, but again, the Luna gets knocked out. It's permanent power play here, TJ.
The goalie play today has been something else all day long. Slop's gone.
Oh, 3-on-2 once again. And we do have the respawn here. Streak doing such a good job blocking the Stell pressure, and Elohaven cannot find that position. But 3-on-1 now. Everyone pushing forward, and it's all tied up.
Vaughn desperately trying to save the day there off of the Resurrect as Elohaven finally got something back for all this pressure, finally gets Slop KO'd off the board, and that will eventually be enough to, as you say, tie up the scoreline.
Asher, in fact, does say hello.
Streak under huge pressure, will barely dig it out and gets the projectiles downfield. Vaughn on the attack, tries to clear with Crater, doesn't make it happen. Bells forward to Vaughn. Vaughn has cooldowns, can't make a play off of it. ELO positioning so well.
Oh, Bells is shattered. He's so hard for him to play the map right now.
ELO to Int, denied. Good midfield play by Bells as they regen their HP. Bells downfield now. Streak keeps it clear with a barrage rocket, doesn't force it through. Int will clear away.
Okay, knockout there on the Estelle, but the goalie's out.
Open goal, but nothing from it. Vaughn needs to make this happen while ELO's the goalie, and ELO keeps it free. Slop handles that snipe very well. Vaughn's last chance doesn't make it happen. Respawns are all out.
Oh, and Streak snap back here too. Vaughn, ELO, can you all both move forward? And in Overflow on the top side, looking for something here, TJ. But again, they just can't get the puck to him.
Vaughn, Crater, it goes in the wrong direction, and now Vaughn's KO'd. Bell's staggered. This is very dangerous. Slop racing back to try and get in the middle of this, and he does! What a save! Fielded twice in a row. Slop keeps the puck free 3 times in a row, and now they have a player advantage over on Bombus, and they can start playing forward, forcing Streak into his own goal. Vaughn almost gets the KO, creates stagger, burns cooldowns, Crater to clear it. Bells forward, can't make it happen.
Oh, now it resets once again, but this time it's the blue side that is low on HP. Bells and Vaughn, less than 50%. Elohaven in Overflow doing such a great job of balancing that out. Now Vaughn is shattered here, TJ. There's a bit of an opportunity.
Now Vaughn shattered, ELO finding pressure as they can. Slop to field this difficult. Does get it past ELO with a good bounce twice. Excellent clear from Bells. Now the Crater to open up the goal as ELO forces a free space. Uses that path splitter to split Slop from the puck.
Oh, man, Slop has done such a great job here, but that path splitter, there's only so many positions that Slop can be, and he can't get his way around there. Excellent Asher play.
Game 1 of this best of 5, now in the hands of Core Overflow.
Oh, and it's delivering. Elohaven trying to open up that opportunity in Overflow, living on the top side is Streak. Okay, Vaughn actually dashes forward. Solo gets knocked out off the enemy backside. 3-on-2 here. Can Overflow find that pass into Elohaven? But the Pathbreaker actually blocks that, so he's not going to get the shot that he wants. But now here we go. It's 3-on-1. Streak moves forward. Is this going to happen? But the Crater gets knocked down. Even still, Asher in the corner makes everything happen. And 5-3 here. Core assist takes the arguable upset game 1.
Yeah, Overflow doing an incredible job forcing this through. Heaven consistently providing that front line, and we finally, on like the 4th try, managed to make it happen with that run through in the goal with the pass splitter, and the 2nd try where he's able to get so many KOs. It's just a simple matter of playing Asher. It's just an Asher angle.
Yeah, just an Asher angle. That was so unfortunate. That was, I mean, yes, it was a Core Overflow victory, but that was almost such a nice pass. And then, well, you Pathfinder, it made sense. You drop the Pathfinder, you isolate Slop on the top side of the goal. But maybe a little bit of miscommunication there coming in from Core Overflow.
I think that Core Overflow, time and time again, we're seeing them be able to put together excellent plays when they can get the puck to Heaven inside the goal. And the problems that they were having during the early game where Core Overflow weren't able to put things together was when ELO was disconnected from Int, and so they have this Estelle in the middle of the field who's making good plays, who's running the midfield, and this striker Asher who's a real bully if you can get the core to them, and they're just having this interference run. Partially, I think, by Slop, who's doing such a good job of getting out of the goal and playing the midfield.
Yeah, I think also we do have to give credit to the forwards there of Bombos. Ooh, I like that sound. Let's see what we got here on the next set. But a lot of focus now on how good Bombos's forwards were in keeping the Asher out of the goal. But we may not even see that Asher again. X makes it through. Does this mean that Asher's gone? Maybe.
No. I'm excited to see X here, and I think on both teams. And what this implies to me is that the Asher was a poor man's X. The Asher was on the field because maybe X was banned. Of course, each of the teams has one ban they can use, and because of the way the lobby system works, we can't see what that ban is used for. But I suspect that's what was happening. And now we get the X's on the field, which, as we've been hypothesizing, does trigger the presence of an Atlas.
Oh, I'm excited for this. Let's see if it actually works out. I love what the aggression, though, we see from that Von Looter with the reset button.
Yep. That'll let Vaughn get a little more aggressive. Bell's already staggered. This is troubling. If you get KO'd early as an X, it's very hard to build back up your advantage on the map, and Bell's, even if they don't get KO'd, is getting knocked around so much that they don't have access to these early orbs. Now that puck is on the other foot, Overflow nearly KO'd as the puck is dug out by Slop. Overflow, wide, straight carve move, and the core slides into the goal. 1-0 Bombas.
Unfortunately, the Cosmic Expanse is just not quite big enough, so he locks out.
It was big enough,
80%.
he didn't hit it quick enough. I won't take this Atlas slander.
Oh, no, it did hit it after all. He bounced it into his own goal, unfortunately.
It was just a little too slow there.
Exactly. Oh, Slop dashes forward, trying to play offense and defense at the same time, but it's not going to be quite enough. And we are seeing the power of that Cosmic Intervention in Overflow. You don't even want to knock him out, even if he is shattered, because you know he's coming right back up at 20% HP as Slop dashes forward, but again, is not finding that value. But here we go. Here's an opportunity, TJ. 3-on-2. The Estelle is down, but because this is center stage, that block in the middle making it so hard to get it through, even as the double KO kicks off. And Slop,
you're kidding
sometimes you dash too far.
Yeah, Slop just thinks, well, this is handled. I can get a little bit distracted here. I can maybe look for this orb. And my, oh my, ELO Heaven, fresh off of the respawn, drops that one all the way into goal.
Oh, it was spicy indeed. The power of your own aggression, I guess.
Oh, Slop. Nasty handle. Vaughn will keep it out now. Good CI there from Overflow. Will keep him on the board. Vaughn now under pressure. Can they dig it out? No. Checkmated by ELO Heaven.
Yeah, if you're sitting there and you're not used to playing a Estelle goal in particular, because it's a ranged goalie, sure, but it's a very different way of playing compared to, say, a Luna or a Cayenne goal. You can just find yourself caught out, not have the cooldowns you want to find, and that kind of happened right there. But hey, TJ, it's another game, or it's another point.
Yeah. Oh, Streak! Barely digs it out. Slop will keep it clear.
And man, Streak's positioning is so nice. It's so hard your positioning with the Atlas. It's such a slow character, but Streak is exactly where he needs to be. Slop dashes forward, sensing an opportunity, does not find it. ELO Heaven, though, on the top side. Got to be worried about that X Maximus for getting knocked out, but he does get rescued by the CI, comes back up to 20%, but they still can't really get this core on the right side, on the correct side of the map, between the pressure of the X and the Slop. But 1 second, TJ, they get it in. Crystal Thorns punches it through.
Now that's a scone angle. Separately, I do really feel like we are making CI happen. I feel like between the two of us, we can ship this bear. Excellent little bit of scone work there to force that one through. Yellow having their second checkmate goal of the game.
Exact crime intervention, in fact. And what are other things that start with the CI? I don't know. But hey, good shot there. But Slop gets the good block.
Bells forward. Slop can't keep a handle on that. Heaven just keeping doing it. Sitting right in that top corner of the goal and taking advantage of the fact that you've alternately got a Luna or an Estelle playing goaltender. Neither of them can do much under that kind of pressure.
I mean, Luna does such a good job of when her team can be aggressive, but the Atlas is providing so much defensive utility that is not really working out all that well. And hey, there's a shot already. 5-1 core assist, or excuse me, core overflow up 2-0 now, TJ. I didn't have that one.
Got to the second time with the core assist, core overflow.
Hey, you know what? The tournament run by core assist, I can be forgiven for that one, I think.
Core countdown, something along those lines. Yeah. A very quick game too, and that makes it 2-0 to Core Overflow, as you say, and so much of that coming from ELO Heaven, just sitting right above the goal, dropping those Estelle checkmates. And that says to me, you can't get away with Luna Goalie. Luna Goalie, a ton of fun, very powerful when you can get aggressive with the option. This is not one of those matchups where you're going to be allowed to make those illegal plays, stepping downfield, exercising midfield control.
I think the other interesting thing we need to talk about here is the fact that we had ELO Heaven on the Bruiser or Bruiser-like. I don't know if we want to properly call Asher a true Bruiser.
That would, yeah.
And,
I mean, if you're building to KO people, I would call it that, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. And then game 2, we see him on the Estelle. We see him on that mid-range poke that, again, did score a lot of goals. But it's interesting to see both forwards playing the Estelle, kind of in marginally different ways, but very much swapping roles in game 1 and game 2, which I guess maybe unlocks some more options for them as we look to move into what might be our final game of the semifinals.
Might be being the operative word here. We are, of course, one more game away from Core Overflow closing out this series, but they'll need to play a perfect 3-0 to do that.
Ooh, do we get the Juno though? Do I get to be excited?
I think Juno's pretty good right now. Vaughn,
there
locking
we
it
go.
in, baby.
I love nothing more, and I know it's not the viable Juno build right now, but Super Surge Juno and just jumping across the entire map. Are we on split, TJ?
Yes.
That makes sense. Okay, then.
Puts it all together in your hand. The
exactly.
Juno hop giving you a little bit of extra mobility across what I think is everyone's favorite built-in map obstacle.
Oh, yeah. I love it so much. I've never heard anyone complain about it whatsoever as the friends go out. And, well, the walls aren't even open, so you don't have to worry about that too much. Not this early.
Vaughn able to get it clear. I unironically like split. Oh, Vaughn, dangerous duo. It's Overflow, just cleans him out. Finds 2 in a row, and that's an open side of the map. Slop has nobody left to help him, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, unfortunately, there, if you're Kai, I don't care that you're one of the fastest strikers on the map. When you pop your speed boost, there's just too much area to cover when you're this low level. But hey, that's now a 1-0 lead for Core Overflow.
Yeah, 1-0 for the team that is already 2-0 up in the series. You're doing that math. That means that they're nearly on match point.
Ooh, good knockouts there. Now it's a 2-0. We're not seeing the power here out of Juno that we need to see, TJ. It's just she's getting knocked out. We're getting these advantages, and I don't care how good you are if you're Slop. It doesn't matter.
You can see that path splitter used exactly the same way it was during game number 1. Just absolutely checkmating Vaughn, checkmating Slop, forcing them out of the goal.
And we really are seeing that, again, that weakness of Juno. She's immediately knocked down to almost 0 HP, gets shattered, gets knocked out. And maybe as the game goes on, they'll be able to make that happen. But if Juno can't play, it's perpetual 3-on-2. And
Vaughn's level 3. Slop's level 4. ELO Heaven, level 7. And
8.
Has another goal to boot.
Oh, man. We had an incredible game 1. And it feels like as this series goes on, TJ, it just gets more and more and more Core Overflow powered.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment of things as Core Overflow are running this final game. They now, of course, have match point. All they need to do is hold on for 2 more minutes.
Vaughn and Bells both shattered here, but can they get the knockout? Vaughn started regen, Bells back up to full, so maybe there's something, but it's levels 3 and 4 versus 7 and 9, and Vaughn is gone again. 3-on-2. ELO Heaven's got an opportunity. Good Giga Blast there from Slop, forces him out of it. And they're holding, kind of, but it doesn't matter because you hold on for 3 minutes or 3 seconds. The 4th second, ELO Heaven gets a shot in. He's level 10, TJ.
Yeah, get Will Farrell out of the kindergarten. He's hurting those kids with the dodgeballs. And it's 4-0.
Oh man, what even can they do at this point? It's the level advantage. You gotta make this last until overtime, but I don't know that you can score 3 in the given time just with this disadvantage.
I mean, goals are the one you can get even at a level disadvantage. They're the most equalized thing in the game, so they just need to play for those, try to avoid the PvP game, and there it is from Bells. Sets up a good cross with Vaughn and demonstrates that this team is no pushovers. It'll keep Bombus in.
That was a well-timed Crystal Thorns, and yeah, what are you supposed to do there as Kai? Pop your barrage maybe, but it doesn't. It's so hard. But Vaughn and Bells are starting to recover in levels now. 7 and 8. They're not maxed, but neither is Streak. So maybe that's an opportunity as Bells goes low once again. Slop passes it forward, and Bells, notice he's playing in the middle. He's trying so hard.
You're kidding me!
I didn't expect that to go in. Streak just caught down on the bottom side.
Yeah, this is a crazy angle from Vaughn. He's able to find this tiny little bounce, and Streak doesn't get a handle on it. And there you go. That's how you bring these levels back into handle, I guess, is the answer. Because that Goose single-handedly makes Streak's life hell. Vaughn almost gets it through. Slop now playing defense 1v2, still with the game on the line if the puck even gets close. 1 minute 30 on the clock to equalize. Overflow, unable to get things through. Bells out of the respawn, keeps it alive.
Oh, we got significant health disadvantages here. Estelle on full for Vaughn, into Overflow almost dead. So Vaughn and Bells, they have an opportunity to make something happen here, TJ, but they're now both, as I say, they're incredibly low, but there's the knockout.
Yeah, Vaughn's even on level now. Bells almost there as well. We're starting to see our first KOs back against Core Overflow. Bells forward on the field. Good snipe setup. Streak handles it, gets it clear.
60 seconds to get one goal here and send it to overtime.
Up to Bells. Denied.
All right, now look how Streak's getting so aggressive here, even in the face of Vaughn, but it looks like it's going to work out for him.
Slop out of goal. This is dangerous. Heaven forces it past him, and that will be everything. It's now 2-5 in Game 3, which means Core Overflow are your semi-finals champion.
Comeback denied. It was looking... You had me believing. Levels equalized, 2 goals in a row. Finally, knockouts coming in from Bombas. But it's a 0-3 or a 3-0 if we want to talk about it from the perspective of Core Overflow. And I guess instead of saying, wow, you know, Core Overflow, they lost a map in the round of 8. That makes them maybe less favored. It's they tempered themselves in the fires of the round of 8. They overcame adversity of dropping that map, and now they're in the finals in pretty dominant fashion. If I don't say so myself.
Yeah, I think that's a very good assessment of things. As there you go. That is Core Overflow beating Bombers, knocking them down to the redemption bracket. We do have a redemption bracket, which I believe they can play in order to determine they'll be in the 3rd place match is what they will be in. So all the teams that were below 4th or 3rd play in the redemption bracket to determine 5th place. We have some like Oddie points for sale down there. But the cash money, the big bucks, generously provided by Odyssey Interactive, our wonderful helpers in this broadcast, are just one more game away. Let's go. Late in the grand finals. And there it is, the bracket updates. Core Overflow will face them. I'll throw it back over to you, Beo. You got me in trouble earlier. As we head towards the break.
What did I do to you earlier?
Who's going to win?
Oh, yes, who's going to win? You know, I think Core Overflow is looking really good. And maybe this is bias of casting the top side of the semis and not casting the bottom side. But I saw a Bombas that looked so good. Their core control, their passing, their communication looked next level. They had so many beautiful plays. And Core Overflow just dissected them. Yeah, there was a close game 1, but game 2 and game 3 was less and less and less close. So if they can do that against a Bombas that came in here as the top seed that looked so damn good, I mean, I'm prepared to give it to them. 3-1.
Well, that's a lot of fun because I fully disagree. This is a goalie game, and Slop didn't look like he was delivering to the same extent we saw in the other semi-final. And in a goalie versus goalie match, as all goalie mains will know every match is, that matters. We're going to go to a lightning fast break, couple of minutes at most, and come back with the grand final. $5,000 on the line when we return.
It takes strength just to sit and watch it fall. We can hope that it all wasn't for nothing. But for now, I will just wait out in the hall. If I can't change your mind, then I wanna change for you every single night. Pick my clothes, run my life, 'cause I wanna change for you self-destructive, but I'll be the first to make it work. Use your hands and control me like a puppet, because losing your love right now is worse. We can hope that it all wasn't for nothing, but for now I will just wait out in the hall. If I can't change your mind, then I wanna change for you every single night. Pick my clothes, run my life.
Welcome back, everyone. And now we're here. It's the finals. It is the number 2 and number 3 seed, because guess what? Well, number 2 knocked out number 1, which I don't think is gonna be too much of a surprise. Maybe the way they did it though, TJ. And you know, you talked about maybe Slop looking not the best. Does that make him sloppy?
Lately I've been on my knees looking for the answer, and in my mind I run to the hills for some clarity. When you hit the blank page of 15 and your dreams seem like they're within reach, till your dad breaks the band up. Sorry son, do it again. Are you kidding me?
Oh, it really has. And you know, TJ, you and Niberia,
You know,
I
all of that
Yep.
entire speech was really good, but I left myself muted.
okay. So, folks, if you didn't hear TJ just sitting here, you saw the talking head. He just gave a massive shout out to himself and wanted to let you all know that he is incredible. And
That's not true,
no.
but I don't attack because I have to hit this button, and if I screw up 2 production elements in a row...
But yes, the community has been awesome. Every little bit a part of it. Our admins, Kuyachi and Saya and Kamadere, you and Niberia running Chorustus and running all these awesome events. They've given us an incredible tournament to send off. And hey, guess what? We're already in our draft. And look at that. It's not a mirror. We got Era.
Yeah, I'm very excited by this. What a way to send off the beta, bringing Era in for our final game. I am always a massive Era fan. And here we go. Our grand finals, the very last tournament of the beta. The winner of this, your beta champion, headed into full release for one last best of 5.
That'll be the best of the beta indeed. And it's such an aggressive early game here, TJ. Normally it's all about kind of sitting there, but the puck is going all over the place.
Yeah, crazy start to things here. Corey will pull it out. You can see Corey already the target of much of that early aggression. That's going to be a problem whenever you're playing Era. You're very vulnerable to this kind of early damage dealing, stagger hunting.
On the flip side, though, you have so much core control. And there we go. Corey knocked out for the first time, but certainly not the last. Ooh, Elo Heaven, that's so much pressure, TJ.
Yeah, keeps it out. Top corner. Luz, who has been perfect all tournament long, plays it perfectly. Now in. It's the tornado across the line. A pack of pixies from Corey to seal the deal.
That's why you put pressure on the Era early, because she can punish your goal line so damn hard. And there we go. 1-0 already. Just 50 seconds in.
And this is going to be a very fast Era out of Corey, running the crossover as well.
Oh, man. Move speed is the best thing here, especially on a map that... Oh, okay, Lumos getting so damn low, but he's not going to get knocked out. Great positioning. Even there we go. Now he's gone 3-on-2 coming in. Elo Heaven on the top side. Can they get it to him? 1-on-1 here. You already lose. Again, you talk about him being perfect, but not perfect enough. The dash in, the double KO, and it's already 1-1.
And I'll tell you what, that's how we opened the beta. with the reign of Juliet. Elo Heaven demonstrating exactly why this character has been so strong the entire time, standing right outside the goal line and slamming one home.
It seems fitting that we're going to close it with the Juliet as well, because he's going off.
Bluemost in trouble here, will be KO'd, and that will open things up. Now, Heaven, Overflow, and Streak can play. They have the map to work with. Overflow in, last chance, denied on the pass. That was a great play by Corey, digging the puck out from the clean passing sequence.
But it's so careful. Oh, okay, there we go. Estelle already gets knocked out. 3-on-2.
Bluemost spends their special. Corey needs to get it to Bluemost. Oh, Streak runs with the puck, digging it out after the engagement.
And Streak.
Oh, Bluemost! A change up again. Streak can keep 2 out, but the third one is placed perfectly by Bluemost.
Only so many angles you can cover, TJ, but that's just only so many. Man, Lumos finds the right one.
Yeah. Really good job on the holding of the strike there. So much of high-level play is just about patience and timing.
It's so hard to just kind of sit there and wait until the last second to make sure you miss the instance. Lumos dashes in, gets knocked out very far away, ping-ponging across the entire map. And now Streak, he's able to push it forward here. But look at how far out you already lose is.
Corey forward. Look at this sequence, right? You're going to get it on both sides. Heaven and Bluemost waiting in the goal for a good pass.
No Mail. Okay, Maelstrom starts to build from Corey, but doesn't let it build all the way full, trying to take advantage of the fact that the Estelle is out, but now she's right back in. Lumos has an opportunity, though, misses the shot. And now Streak goes very far forward. Elo Heaven shrunk down to the size of, I don't know, a pixie. Very small, and Lumos does not get the knockout on Streak. So now here's an opportunity with that cooldown being spent. Can Overflow and Elo Heaven punch it in. Down 1. It looks like for the moment it's going to go back to the other side. Lumos an opportunity to Corey, though. They missed the connection, and now it goes back to the middle.
Oh, Streak, perfect save.
Oh man, he's working so hard here with all the pressure from the Era and the level 10 Juliet on both. But oh, what a save there! Down on 0 HP, but now Overflow, Elo Heaven, they have an opportunity. No one in goal. Lumos, can he redirect it? He can. 3-1 now, out of overtime range.
Yeah, he saves it with this incredible find down bottom from Streak to into Overflow, which almost saved the day, but it means he's out of position. He doesn't have any cooldowns left, and so Lumos punishes Streak, knocks him off the board. And like 5th time's the charm, Bale.
5th time indeed. And now with 50 seconds left here, all Red has to do is just hold on.
Yeah, match-winning advantage to Guh. Here we go. Corey up top, around the side. Streak getting a little desperate, trying to force their way out of goal. Over to Int. Over to Heaven, against the goal line. Heaven not able to execute the cooldowns fast enough. You already lose, interrupting the play. KO found. 29 seconds left for an equalizer. Streak to in. Bottom corner. Snipe! It's through! And we have an overtime booked now by Core Overflow.
Well, maybe. There are 24 seconds left, and Red's been looking really good. Guz's been looking so incredible. Saying this is overtime, I think might be counting your chickens a little too fast here, TJ.
Well, they booked it.
There we go.
To extend the metaphor, it's Guz's opportunity to cancel the booking.
Okay. Well, let's see if their bookies are good enough. With 10 seconds remaining here, Corey tries to bring it back up on the north side. You already lose those stay in goal. They are okay with overtime, even if they want to win it right now. And there we go. The book has been called. We're now in overtime. 3-on-2. Lumos tries to shepherd it in. Will not be that successful. And Corey, so damn low here, but it's not going to get knocked out just yet. Oh, survives barely on the edge. Into Overflow. Elo Heaven trying to swarm as the puck goes back to Streak. Corey, there we go. Bewitching Beam puts it right on in with Lumos' help. And that's a 4-2, 1-0 lead now for Guh.
Yeah, Streak playing well, spends their barrage weak on cooldowns, and Guh are able to drive it through. I want to circle back to something you mentioned as we were looking, as we were heading to overtime a moment ago. You said Guh are playing more passive, and they were. They took a step back. They didn't feel the need to force it. That's a mistake that we saw a lot of teams make at the beginning. We still see a lot of inexperienced teams make. There's no difference between being 1 point away from winning in regular time and 1 point away from winning in overtime. Sure, there are some mechanical differences, but those are for both teams. So there's no reason to force anything crazy just because the timer is counting down. Especially when you don't have an opportunity, they take their time, they build their advantage. That is why Guh are one of the best teams in this tournament. Maybe the best, as they're 1 game up in our grand final.
It's so often that we see teams go all out in the last 20 seconds maybe, and they go and they force that knockout, and it's a 9-second knockout that goes into overtime. Whereas if you just hold it, and I understand this is hard to do in the heat of the moment, but if you just hold that low HP for 3 seconds. Suddenly you have 11 seconds to work with on the power play instead of 9, and maybe that works out a little bit. That gives you just more room to make that happen, and that's really what we saw Gud do. I mean, maybe not that exact scenario, but the same idea. Patience is key, both in when you hit the puck and then just how you play the game on the macro level.
Yeah. Really, really well played across that, and we are now going into our second game.
We see Era again as we get this draft getting ready. Or did that just get banned away?
I don't know, I'm pressing too many buttons. What did you say?
No, I was going to ask if we get Era again or if that just provided too much map control and gets banned away.
I don't think I think the Era is going to get targeted by stuff like the Asher, the Estelle lock-in, right? That's so scary to an Era that we're going to see the Kai, the Estelle, the X.
Although, arguably, I would say a Juliet Estelle is a little bit more scary for an Era than an Asher Estelle. And so if they run Estelle into that, or if they run Era into that, then I would imagine they're okay with running it into this Asher Estelle as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, due to the way the draft works right now, we'll never know. Oh, Streak!
Ooh.
Oh, saved by the Colgates. Excellent little force through there by Heaven. And there's your opening salvo. Not a bang, but a little bit of a dribble.
One thing I want to point out there is it didn't end up mattering, but X got knocked out when he was in his ultimate. So that's a lot of power perspective or potentially taken off the map. Doesn't end up mattering here is Lumos. Still, though, only level 1.
Look at that stall dribbling by Streak. You see him there just farming XP, dribbling against the sidewall, waiting for a better opportunity to play the map. You'll see that a lot from Streak and other high-level goalies.
Again, I mean, I feel like that's the story of this entire, at least this finals, the patience waiting until there's a better opportunity. Lumos so damn low. Elo7 tries to commits the pathbreaker, and there's the knockout. So now a bit of an opportunity, and it's on the X. You were talking about this in the semis, TJ. Getting an X low is just so impactful. As the snipe goes in, this is a very different core overflow compared to that game 1. They feel so much more comfortable in their roles.
Yeah, and you can look at how aggressive Heaven is here. This is the Heaven we were waiting to see, standing right inside the goal, causing that CC chain, causing that disruption, and making it difficult for you already lose to catch the puck.
And now hitting here about 60 seconds in, it's a 2-0 lead, already technically out of overtime range.
Oh. Heaven KO'd off the bat, Lumos getting a word back in. Pass forward to Overflow, who now plays down the field, trying to get it past Corey, does so. Lose the last player on the defense, and the scones won't reach, so the play resets.
And one thing I want to point out here, yes, he's down a level, but Lumos is doing a great job of stealing those speed power-ups, so it allows him to be much more active around the goal line. Shot, but it seems like we're going to be okay.
Overflow, KO'd. Heaven trying to dig this one out, can't do it. Lumos just walks it right past him. And the other thing, those orbs are getting him, is the XP necessary to do this.
Exactly. He's already back up to level 6 with the goal, with the knockouts he's been fighting. And this is an X that was shut down. It's already back into the game.
Yeah, already back into the game and already dominating again.
Exactly. So let's see if Elo Heaven can start to do that dominating goal camping power that we've seen from him in the semifinals here. And earlier into this game is, great job, Lumos, forcing it out. But Corey is so low, TJ. But it seems like he's going to be able to back out, at least for the moment. Streak passes Waits, actually, onto the bottom side, where he's going to find an Estelle. And now here, 3-on-2, Streak gets incredibly aggressive. That feels almost a little bit too aggressive, but if his team can back him up, it's going to be okay. And now with the dribble here from Corey, well, he's not even going to find the left side of the map. So Streak is not punished for his temerity, and he is going to be able to make just build that little bit more pressure.
Temerity? Why? Lizardage.
SAT-ish or something. I don't know. Streak now passes on the bottom side. He's being that aggressive. Elo has an opportunity. Corey doesn't have the block. It's 3-on-1. Corey being an absolute god here. And he's getting it again. He's getting it again, TJ. But it's not enough.
Corey slips up. That was every button in his kit placed perfectly, and Heaven keeping the passing play going the entire time. They're able to finally get it through.
Yeah, just save it once. You're a hero 5 times in a row, but I guess no one has his 6th in him. It's 3-1 now.
Corey, an incredible bit of play, but still they're now on the chopping block with a minute left, and the puck in the goal again. Now 4-1. Core Overflow looking to strike back in this set.
Oh man, that's got to be the backbreaker. You play so well on the Estelle, just that ad hoc goalie, and then immediately the goal gets scored in 5 seconds. The walls start from zero. It's got to feel so bad.
Lumos trying to force it through. What do you have to say to that? 4-2. Finally a word back in from the Gudge.
There we go. The Gudge indeed. And sometimes it happens, right? With the X pops that ultimate, not a lot you can do.
I've been kind of wondering how to say their name. I've kind of been defaulting, rebelling to Ga, because it's a little easier to say. Now that I have Gudge, maybe... maybe that's the angle.
It depends on what's happening. I mean, the overlay says Gus, so I guess that's what I'm going with.
That's me. I have the god of the overlay, right? Corey.
I know, so I'm blaming it all on you is what I'm saying.
Top corner, Corey against Streak. Again, not able to force it through. Streak will get it free finally. Overflow to the advantage now, but just stalling for time, getting cooldowns out of You Already Lose, and that's going to be limited in its efficacy. Lumos finally KO'd. That'll open things up. Overflow, Rose Warp spent, doesn't have anything left for this, and is out of range. 19 seconds on the clock. Gudge needs to get something on the board, needs to get a single goal to open up overtime and stop this series from tying up.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Lumos against the goal line, can't get it through. 5 seconds on the clock. Corey against Lumos, pass splitter, keeping it wide. 2 seconds left, an open goal, but nothing to work with, and we have a tied 1-1 series.
You know, TJ, I wore this sweater to look nice on the broadcast because you told me to. I'm gonna put this blame on you. I'm starting to sweat. This is getting too intense. I made a mistake here. The game.
Let's see how your
game one was a little
sartorial choices
scary.
are my fault.
Yes, exactly. You told me to wear a sweater, so I did. I mean, we're kind of matching here, right?
Well,
So-
kind of.
Wait, there we go. I blame you for this, but also I blame these players. Game one was maybe a little one-sided, but this game two, if we get 3 more games of this, I mean, this is delivering. What heroism from Corey, and if they can turn that into a game win, well, that's going to be even better.
Yeah, that sequence around the goal line was one of the most tragic things I've ever seen, and it does ultimately almost save the day. And I think what Danseri is like, everyone's stepping up now. We saw ELO have it in that final sequence where they were just trying to stall for the clock. We saw the path splitter across the goal as a defensive utility. Last time I saw that was when people were playing Asher goalie. It was years ago. An incredible sequence from them to get to that finish line, and yeah, I'm very stoked for a best of 5 now, essentially a best of 3 with the 1-1 scoreline.
And yeah, one of the things we talked about after that game one was, how good Gudge was at taking their time, about being patient.
Goodage.
Goodiga. Not to be confused with Boudica. But anyways, how patient they're being. And it's good to see that not only can Ga do this, but so too can Core Overflow. It's not just a one team thing where you just have one team that has so much more experience in playing in these high pressure situations.
Bayo,
Yeah.
it's time for draftage.
Woo! Core Overflowage? No, Courage Overflowage.
Sure. Courage overflowage. Now on the opposite side is Gudge. You take over the blue side as we do load into our 3rd game. A tied 1-1 set means that both teams need 2 to win, and the Cat Girls have come out to play.
Man, Amy goalie is going to be fun. Normally you see her as more of a forward with that intense knockout pressure with the Firewall turret as well, or a Firewall sentry to be able to control space. In goal, this is going to be fun.
Yeah, I have to be totally honest. I've been kind of seething a little bit. We've had 2 people, I think. Oh, okay. Nearly forced through by the Firewall sentry. We've had 2 people. You're kidding me. That's just... That cannot have been planned. I think I got it on replay. Yeah, look at this. You're kidding me!
I didn't even, I was looking for it. I didn't even see the second time either. Just like, my goodness.
It's a glitch pop, the bubble from You Already Lose, at a 90-degree angle into the corner of the middle pillar, which then bounces it 90 degrees into the goal.
This is why we love Split. Is Lumos, he's got an opportunity here into the corner, but he's so damn low that he's going to get bounced out of it. So no opportunity after all. And this is now a level 1 era, level 2 that has not been able to touch the core, has not been able to build those levels and establish pressure. And now they're just volleying. Eel Heaven very happy about that one. 2 path splitters. Firewall Sentry goes down as well. All the ultimates, all that space control, TJ, it's now all being used, but Lumos commits everything and finds it in. It's now 2-0 for Guh.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gudge? Good Guh?
That's the dream of Lumos. You get him the puck with all his cooldowns in about a meter between him and the goal, and he'll force it through. He'll run that ball into the touchdown zone. I know what American football is like.
Yeah, it's ball season.
He does it again. That time a little bit sneakier. I don't think you see that in American football. Just walking up behind the play. The Firewall Sentry doing the work.
Yeah, there's this thing called a line of scrimmage that you can't go behind, but not so
offsides.
true in Omega Strikers.
There's no offsides rule in Omega Strikers because it's a good game.
This is true. A good game well played, maybe, but hopefully good game well played is again, now Asher gets knocked out, but Corey, well, he's gonna do a great job juggling, buying time, but puck goes down to Elo Heaven and it's overflow, and this is a bunch of really quick goals here. The tempo has changed.
I can't help myself. I'm just cackling. Look at that setup. It's perfect into the bottom players. Elo Heaven just taps it in, and we're 3-1 in this game 3 of our series.
And Overflow did such a good job of just intercepting that, getting into his Asher and going from there. But now it's 3-on-2 again in Overflow. Elo trying to take advantage of this opportunity with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Can they get the shot in? No, not right now. Streak getting very aggressive, and now he's small. Now he's forced back. This is scary here. Firewall Sentry as well, but he's gonna be able to cut it.
Really scary, and it's knocked in by the final tick of the Firewall Sentry from all the way across the map. You already lose getting the goal credit, as it's now 4-1.
I think you mean you already win, TJ.
Yeah, I made that joke earlier.
Well,
Nobody
you know
can
what?
make it ever again.
We're gonna make it every time he scores from this point on.
That's a good plan.
All right, here at match point, and the shot goes in. Corey, you already lose, and the Asher all work together. Guh looked as good in that game, in this game 3. They looked better in game 3 than they did in game 1.
More like you already win, am I right? Kronich. It'll be
good.
Now a 2-1 scoreline coming out of that game. As I frantically scramble to get all the scoreboards updated, the Gudge does have a lead, and this is a tournament-winning lead with the best of the beta on the line.
Alliteration there, I like it.
Yeah. I had a couple of different taglines I wrote on various different graphics packages, and best of the beta was one of my more favorite ones. The other being a battle to the start, because pretty much as soon as this tournament ends, the very next day, January 1st, our beta will of course end, which means that all the good times we've had, we've ran 3 tournaments across, myself and Matt, who's the other part of Core Assist, of course, also commentated a number of tournaments, many of them put on by the admins who are running today's tournament behind the scenes, that being Kamadere, across the entire beta, and it has truly been. I will tell you this, we've both been around esports. I've been working in esports for about 5 years. It has truly been the best competitive experience I've had. Everyone's had so much fun across all these tournaments, and it is just such a fun game to watch, as I believe we are proving now.
Ooh, nice transition into the draft. I'll take that one. Okay, looks like it's going to be Juliet. It's going to be Estelle. Something for Streak and Goal, probably Kai. If you want one game to determine your championship here in the best of the beta, this is the most vanilla way to do it. This is, as I say that, we get Luna goalie. There we go, coming in from Streak.
I would like nothing less. Core Overflow bringing out the Streak. Luna, Core Overflow bringing out the Luna Estelle Juliet, as the Gudge bring out their Aimee. It's full range spam, it's full kill spam from both teams. No brawler meta anymore. It's time to settle this with angles, with corners, with calculus, as we go into potentially the final tournament game of the beta.
Infinite Stinger as well as already everyone's so low, and there we go. There's your first knockout, TJ.
Lumos playing safe in the back lines, waiting for Streak to get the puck so we can force it through. Yellow haven't now spotted low, so we're farming some XP. Corey has a man advantage. Pass forward. Oh, Rose Warp in! And it's 1-0.
Streak just caught looking there. He wanted the power up. He wanted his strikes to be more powerful. And well, sometimes you're just not right there in time. Great blink there from Corey.
And again, we've said this a couple of times. If you're going to play Luna and goalie, you have a decreased amount of spam. There are fewer things you can do to stop something like Estelle from just forcing things through.
Okay, so great use of the firewall target to zone Streak out, but it's not going to matter. Lumos dashes forward on no HP, but he is able to get the puck back to You Already Lose, moving it down onto the bottom side. And there we go. Crater goes out, but does not find the value. One Streak dashes forward, but resets back, and the shot goes in. Core assists. Excuse me, core overflow. They're going to tie it up.
It does feel like we're winning as well, though.
We are.
You Already Lose, tagging it up to the top corner, trying for the clear, and Heaven just has that close range spam. Entire kit's off cooldown.
And already back into this so quick here. 1-1, and the firewall sentry's already up.
Overflow, trying to get it past Corey. Lumos, a nuisance in their backline, will be tagged to half HP, and almost just forces it through. Overflow will intercept the passing play, but Streak is staggered, so nothing can come from this for Overflow.
Oh, Streak not only staggered, Elo Heaven steals his power up. He can't get the knockout. Oh.
Two things fly into the net simultaneously. One is Streak, the other the puck. Could have a 2-1 lead in both this series and this final game, potentially.
All right, now Streak runs forward, tries to establish presence, but realizes he doesn't get that. Backs up. Firewall Sentry not doing the best zoning, actually, that we would like to see. Corey tries to find it forward. So much pressure here on Streak to make the save happen, but he will be able to do so as the Crater goes down, zones people out. Lumos low as well. In fact, finds himself shattered here. So effectively, there we go. That is the 3-on-2 that we're looking for. But Corey, he's controlling so much of the core on the top side. He's up 2 levels there on his enemy Estelle. It's just allowing him to be so much more active on the map. It's again, the Firewall Sentry goes down. Streak, there we go. He's gonna be able to get knocked out, and that is out of overtime range. 3-on-1 for the Guh.
Yeah, I'll tell you what's going on here. Overflow, into Overflow is really struggling to get his hands on this puck. And you can see it time and time again. He's in the midfield waiting for a play, unable to get it, or he's in the goal tangled up in all the projectile spam. Neither one ideal. He's only level 5. Forced in again, not through. Back to Overflow. OKO'd. Lumos staggered on the opposite side. Can Elo Heaven keep this out even at a player disadvantage? So far, yes. Streak away through the bubble. It's wide and it's clear as Overflow's back on the board.
Streak got that power up as well, so he's level 8. His knockouts are just a little, his strikes are just a little bit more powerful, but that Firewall Sentry, it's making it so hard here, TG, but at least it's gone now.
Overflow finally touches the puck, KO'd instantly. Lumos pins him against the wall. Streak to Heaven with the Crater. Lose plays it well. Knocked back from Streak. Streak playing the goal line. Oh, a missile! Keeps that one out of the goal. Keeps that one out of the net. Firewall Sentry disrupts the play. Cancels any momentum being built. Overflow back in with the Rose Warp, fends his entire kit. Streak has to Crater in and warp back down.
Elo Heaven, he's so low here. He's not able to find the value he wants. Oh, save there from Streak.
Good snipe, good save. Corey in again. Firewall Sentry to stall the play. Heaven can't connect. Firewall Sentry almost dunks it. Corey almost dunks it. Streak saves both. Now back to the midfield. Lumos, bottom corner, knocked out by Elo Heaven. This is an opportunity for Core Overflow. Into the midfield. Puck up top. Snipe, not needed. 2-3, overtime booked.
Sometimes Julius just get a little too aggressive there. And yeah, Lumos gets punished just enough. Great dashing from Streak, taking advantage of that numbers advantage, and it sounds like we're already back into what is hopefully maybe going to be a tie up here. We're going to have to find out, and there we go. 47 seconds remaining here, TJ. Lumos knocked out once again, and in Overflow with an opportunity. Streak, when does he commit that dash? When does he go forward? When does he take advantage of the opportunity? Well, it's gone now. Lumos back now on the field, and now it's the enemy Juliet getting knocked out here. 3-on-2, but he dashes in. Crater as well. Overflow. And they're tied up with 30 seconds left here, TJ.
All the way across the map with 30 seconds left. We have a tie game as Streak delivers for his team, clearing the board, clearing the goalie, and into Overflow gets a goal in.
But now they're tied up here, but they want more. Lumos gets knocked out once again. It seems like they're getting into their own as they hit level 10.
Here we go. Lose for the clear. Streak up to overflow. Can't keep a handle on this puck. Heaven just waiting, but completely surrounded, unable to make contact. This puck's moving now. You lose! How did he save that against the crater? We're going to overtime. Lumos in the top corner. Streak will get it back into the middle of the map, but it's going to be denied. Any momentum cancelled by an excellently placed Firewall sentry. Now Corey and Lumos on the attack. Overflow to deny. Streak flies across, can't connect.
So scary here when you dash across that low. Yeah, you can reset back, but if you get knocked out, it's such a problem. And the puck on the bottom side, Lumos dashes in. Crater's good though.
Firewall sentry, that does it. 4-3, and tournament point in the pocket of Gudge.
And let's see if they're going to be great. That's really the question here.
The opportunity for Greatage, only one goal away.
And Corey, Rosemore's bottom, every single thing is an opportunity. Your Firewall Sentry's down though. In fact, 3-on-2 for Core Overflow, trying to get themselves back even. Buy more time, but it's not enough. Corey with the Crystal Thorns gets it in, and they are now the best of the beta.
The best team in the beta, and the final word on competitive Omega Strikers during this beta period. If you don't like it, you'd better come back on full release. The Gudge are your champions of Countdown.
How fitting is it, TJ, that we have a man named Core E, or Core E, if you want to go that way, striking the core to score the final goal of the beta.
I don't think there's anything better than that. Corey securing the final goal against Core Overflow on coreassist.tv/live.
What a series, though. I mean, yeah, it's 3-1. Yeah, we didn't get our 5 games, but the heroism of Corey in game, yes, they didn't win game 2, but the heroism of him regardless, and then to take that heroism even further and actually secure that game on both sides. It got to be the MVP.
Yeah, You Already Lose had so many good games earlier in the tournament that, like, he really is the MVP of my heart. But there's an old argument among esports casters. You're at a tournament and you're wondering, can they be the MVP if they didn't win the tournament? And I don't believe we're going to settle it here. We'll leave the MVP up to, I don't know, chat vote or something. For now, Bayo, that does put a wrap on things. Your best of the beta are once again Team Gudge as they walk away. That is a ridiculous name. With the final tournament win. As we are headed towards full release, I can't wait to see what competitive play looks like once we get there. Do you have any final words, any last words for the beta?
I mean, what a pleasure to be here. And also, I mean, I started playing Omega Strikers, and I don't know what it was, September, and I got addicted and didn't do anything else for a month. And
that's true for all of us, man.
So what a pleasure it is to have been able to play it in the beta, be able to cast it as well. And there are 7 major changes that Odyssey are going to make. I'm really excited to see how those are going to work out. The core flippability seems really interesting. Why do we got to wait so long?
Well, it's got to be perfect, Omega Strikers. So I'm very eager. I'm going to miss being able to turn on Omega Strikers and play. I'm going to miss being able to turn on Omega Strikers and play with you and everyone else who is hanging out during the beta. Thank you so very much for watching. Running this Core Assist channel has been a real treat. Collaborating with Kamedere on the admin side of this tournament and across many tournaments throughout the beta has been a real treat. You guys are the best. Congratulations to our champions. And for now, have a great evening.
The train's passing by our bedroom window. It feels like the writing's on the wall. You try your best to reassure me, but lately I don't believe you at all. It takes time to build up some kind of mountain. It takes strength just to sit and watch it fall. We can't hope that it all wasn't for nothing, but for now I will just wait out in the hall. If I can't change your mind, then I wanna change for you every single night. Pick my clothes, run my life, 'cause I wanna change for you every single night. It's better than saying goodbye. It's better than saying goodbye. I know that this all sounds self-destructive, but I'll be the first to make it work. Use your hands and control me like a puppet, because losing your love right now is worse. We can't hope that it all wasn't for nothing, but for now I will just wait out in the hall.